You shall be a champion of the good, a protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Welcome, 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 my friends. Happy Saturday. Greetings. Hope you're all doing well. We are finally returning to the continued adventures. James Bond. We're getting pretty close to the end. We're close, yet far away, I suppose. What's up, Breakwood? What's up, Duckenmeyer, Mendel, Mudbun Dragon, Lamisar? Congrats, Bang, for your newfound status as Dragon Master. Wield your powers responsibly. You know, don't do anything Billy wouldn't do, and don't do anything Jimmy would do, and I think you'll be okay. What's up, Mimic Box? Welcome, welcome. It's been a long time coming, and it's been a comical ordeal to set this game up over the past several hours. In case you're on my Discord, you might have seen my exasperated rantings and ramblings, but PS3s, dude, they're just they're such a hassle. But to make a long story short, to the best of my knowledge and ability, we have the game up and running, and I have a controller that for now appears to be working, but this could change at any moment, so we'll see how things go. But yeah, PS3s are just like, I don't know, they're just a hassle in a lot of different ways, and the issue is kind of exacerbated by my controllers kind of not working. Like I have a Launch 6 Axis, and I have a DualShock 3 that I bought like a few years later. And the DualShock 3, to my knowledge, both of the controllers were really kind of, you know, they've seen better days. Let's just put it that way. Sub Zimmy. And mainly for that reason, you know, whenever I've dipped into playing anything on PS3 for the past, you know, 5+ years, really ever since I realistically, if I think about it, probably since I first got my PS4 in like 2015, so 10 years ago. I've typically just used one of my PS4 controllers on the PS3. The PS3, one of the actual genuinely awesome features of the PS3, which there are perhaps not that many, and there are some, and one of them is the general like USB controller support, which means that you can hook up pretty much any kind of USB controller, and it is likely to work to some degree. And I guess that's how the PS4 controllers work. Like, it's not specifically a kind of backwards compatible feature, because the PlayStation button on a PS4 controller won't actually work. And that's, you know, most controllers you would hook up, like just generic USB controllers, they wouldn't have a PS button. So it's kind of an expected behavior that if you hook up something that isn't a PS3 controller to a PS3, you won't have access to the PlayStation button, but it'll still work for playing games, broadly speaking. Like whenever I have tried to use either of my old PS3 controllers, like they just kind of they disconnect, they transmit like phantom inputs, and they're just like not reliable. So when I first tried to set everything up to get this game up and running, first of course I had to, well, I was gonna say first I had to install the game. I did have to install the game, but first I had to find the disc. I had to do a little bit of digging to find where I kept my PS3 games. But I found my little PS3 disc binder. I found the disc, I popped it in, I started the install, had to wait like, I don't know, a good 45 minutes for that. And once the game had installed, I booted it up, and the PS4 controller works fine, obviously, for like navigating the menus and everything. Well, I have to hook up the PS4 controller, it won't connect via Bluetooth, and because the PS4 controllers at this point are also kind of, you know, past their prime, the batteries are dog shit. So you hook them up, and it'll be a couple of minutes of charging before they even show any signs of life. But eventually I was able to use a PS4 controller to at least navigate the menu and boot up the game. And then surprisingly, and this is kind of the first time I've come across this particular issue, once the game had booted up, it prompted me to press the start button. Now, of course, technically speaking, PlayStation 4 controllers do not have a start button. They don't have a button labeled start. And this is a atrociously terrible thing. I mean, it's just stupid anyway. An ongoing trend in video game controller designs where collectively the industry just decided that, you know, in, I guess, you know, 2012 or whatever, you know what? We're just not going to have a button named start. So PS4 has options. But obviously the options button is one-to-one the equivalent of the start button. And there's no select button because there's a share button, but we've got this whole touchpad button thing, whatever. And typically speaking, you know, if there were kind of multi-platform cross-gen games, start and select button duties were usually kind of distributed among the options button and the touchpad input and whatever. 20 years of start and select just thrown out for reasons. Yeah, it's so weird because Xbox had the start and back buttons, and the original Xbox controller, well, not the original one, not the Duke, but the S controller, pardon the dust, I don't use these that frequently. I legitimately thought it was a brilliant innovation to put these buttons over here. Because these are kind of thin, clicky buttons, they don't, you're never going to press them by mistake. And because they're off to the side here, they don't get in the way, and you don't have to like reach over super far with your thumb to reach the middle of the controller to press anything. So they're actually, like, you know, the white and black buttons are pretty questionable. But as far as putting the start and back buttons back here, like, I thought that was brilliant. And when the 360 came out, the 360 controller, you know, for all its good qualities, its ups and downs, I guess you could say, I was very upset that they moved the start and back buttons to the center of the controller. I thought that was a step backwards. But yeah, so they had start and back, and that's fine. Like the select button, like that's the thing. The start button wasn't really used to start anything. Like the name is just a vestigial thing, right? But so like I guess that's the justification. Like we can't have a button named start because the name doesn't make sense. But that's the flimsiest justification I've ever heard. I mean, this is a bit of a straw man argument. I haven't heard anyone made that actual argument, but it's the only argument I could imagine. Why would you possibly, like, what reason would there be to rename a button from start to whatever? So, everyone kind of changed at once. So, well, kind of gradually, I guess, actually, because Nintendo was actually first. Because the Wii doesn't have a start or select button. The Wiimote just has a plus and minus, and that's what they've been doing since. So there's like the Wii U. I guess maybe the 3DS had a start button. I never really touched the 3DS, but the Wii and the Wii U and the Switch and now the Switch 2 all have just plus and minus. But even then, like, well, I guess I said even they map directly to kind of start and select, but that's halfway true for these other controllers as well. But yeah, PlayStation went from start and select to options and nothing, I guess, in the touch thing. I assume the PS5 has like the equivalent of the touch pad stuff. I haven't really touched a PS5 ever either. The share stuff I think is cool, and then of course, like, that has just gone away now because of essentially Elon Musk and his infinite wisdom decide that, hey, well, let's charge hundreds of thousands of dollars for companies to use our social media API so that no one wants to use it, and everyone will just get rid of those features. Being able to, like, take a screenshot and tweet it with like 2 button presses on the PS4 was sick. Like, that's an awesome feature, but nope, we can't have that anymore. Even worse, the left and right touchpad button are different things. I think that's great. Like, I mean, the touchpad can be used to great effect. Like in MGS5, you can bring up like the map or whatever, the codec. Like, you can, it's essentially, I think Witcher 3 did something similar too, where depending on where you press, it's kind of like a shortcut. Instead of bringing up the menu and then going to the correct subscreen, you can kind of get a shortcut directly to it. For the most part, I'd never had problems with getting the wrong input because I pressed the wrong part of it. But I mean, the problem is when you have these games that are kind of designed to be everywhere and to have a universal control scheme, a controller that is not aligned with that universal design, you know, you end up with a little bit of a clash there, or at the very least friction. But I digress. Microsoft, I think, is like the worst because they like, options and plus and minus is things you can at least say. Microsoft replaced start and back with boxes and hamburger, which is terrible. Like, Xbox has been kind of my main console for current stuff. Like, I have a Series X, I don't have a PS5. I got a Xbox One when Dead Rising 4 came out in 2016, and starting in like spring of 2020, I was hospitalized for a while, and then I was out on sick leave for like a few months. And during that time, I got Game Pass, and Xbox became like my Game Pass machine, and that became like my de facto default for console games. So, and you know, I use this controller for PC stuff as well. And despite having used this controller, or you know, this family of controllers, with some degree of regularity for about 5 years, when I see a button prompt on screen that shows me the boxes button or the hamburger button, I never know which button it is. Like, it's terrible because they're both, like, even plus and minus, as completely arbitrary as they are, I still have managed to somehow get it in my brain that, well, the plus button is the start button, I think, and the minus is like the select, sort of. Maybe, and at the very least, they're typically plus and minus shaped, so you can physically, like, if you reach your thumb to the button, you can tell if it's the plus or minus, so you don't have that disconnect of having to look down on your controller to see what it is. But on Xbox, I don't usually look down at the controller. I just press, I guess which button I'm supposed to press, and I press it, and then I find out if that was the correct button or not. And that's just like, despite having used these controllers for about 5 years, like, it's impossible to learn because it's just like they decided to make it. They didn't even rename it. It's like the fucking, you know, the Prince squiggle, the button formerly known as start. It's just like, oh, it's just like hieroglyphics. And it's Utterly baffling. Utterly baffling. Yeah, they have like names officially, sorta, but you never see them referred to as those names, which I guess are view and menu, because they never type them out when you see, like, there's never a prompt in the game that says press the view button. It says press, and then there's a picture of boxes or hamburger, and you know, that's it. So like, it doesn't matter if they have names. They don't put the names on the label, and they never use them anywhere. So it's just like they decided to make it just harder to intuit how it would work for no benefit whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, I occasionally accidentally take screenshots and stuff, but that's kind of a different matter, I think. Like that's completely unrelated to the buttons being named start and back. Would have zero impact on whether you accidentally took screenshots, I reckon. Do Nintendo gamepads keep start and select? No. Nintendo has used plus and minus since the Wii, which is about coming up on 20 years now. The DS had the start and select, and I reckon the 3DS probably did too. So they didn't like fully extinguish it. And of course you have like certain classic controllers and that sort of, like, there may be vestigial start buttons here and there. I don't have my Switch 2 here, it's in my bedroom, but I do have my Switch 1. And yeah, so that's the plus button right there, and then you have the minus button over here. Like for consistency, they do the same thing on, I think I have, hang on. Well, okay. My Wii U Pro controller, but it's the same thing. Well, actually, they're called select and start there. How about that? But I guess it's because it's like also you would use this for like virtual console stuff, so they maybe did it that way because of that. But yeah, it's a good you know, it's a good example anyway of they didn't necessarily completely get rid of start and select, but they, you know, a Nintendo controller in 2025 does not have a start button and select button per se. Yeah, I mean, for sure, the PS4 one is like the main culprit there, with the the screenshot share button being where you would expect the select button to be. They just got rid of select. But it's yeah, it's funny because you would think that there's like practical use, or if only just like the sort of legacy familiarity of it. Anyway, that's a massive tangent. The reason we're talking about this is because when I booted up GoldenEye Reloaded on my PS3 with my DualShock 4 controller plugged in, the game said press start button, and I press options, and nothing happens. And I was very surprised by that, because that's the first time I've ever had that happen. Usually, which granted, I don't have a enormous, you know, amount of data, but from when I played other games, I don't recall ever having problems with not being able to press the options button to you know, as start. And I think I mean, it's kind of like when you plug a controller into the PC, and as long as there's like a driver or, you know, direct input or expert input or whatever, like it'll recognize inputs as something. And if you hook up like a generic PC USB controller or something to the PS3, it'll kind of do its best job to kind of translate and reinterpret the buttons to find a PlayStation 3 equivalent. And I believe you can typically press the touchpad for a select input, but even then, it might be the case that if you play with a PS4 controller, you don't get the select button. But a lot of games you probably can play just fine anyway, because they literally don't use it. Either way, I couldn't get it to, you know, I couldn't get to the title screen. So at that point, I was like, okay, well, I guess I won't be able to use this controller, so I guess I have to dig out my PS3 controllers. No, I mean, I tried it, you know, I pressed every button. I couldn't get past the, I mean, I can't 100% rule it out, but I couldn't figure out how to get past that screen. I didn't like press the option button once and then give up. But, you know, it is a little bit weird, and it's not like a guaranteed 100% like compatibility thing. So it's not entirely unreasonable that it wouldn't work. I was just surprised because I hadn't come across it before. So I have my original 6-axis controller and my DualShock 3, and of course the PS3 uses mini USB. So to even connect, I mean, needless to say, they're not like, the batteries don't have any charge. Even if they had been fully charged when I put them in the drawer, you know, days later they'd be totally dead. So I had to dig through piles of USB cables to find mini USB that I could use for the PS3 controllers. And eventually I did find one, and I was able to hook up the DualShock because I figured, well, I don't know if either of them works, but if they do, I'd rather use the DualShock because, you know, it should be slightly newer, and it has the vibration if one cares about such things. But now that I think of it, technically speaking, the 6-axis is probably a lot less worn, because once I got the DualShock controller, that was my main PS3 controller, and I didn't use the 6-axis, you know, unless I was playing a 2-player or something. And lo and behold, the 6-axis appears to be slightly more functional. The DualShock is just, yeah, it's just a goner. So when I first plugged it in, I first let it charge enough to like receive inputs. I was able to press start and advance past the press start prompt. But the next screen that popped up was like an autosave, you know, it just tells you, hey, this game has autosave, press whatever to advance. And I have a Japanese PS3, and they did more weird choices nowadays, but on a PS3, I think actually it's the same on PS4, I'm not positive, but on PS3 anyway, the circle button is the confirm button and X is back. But when they released the console overseas, they flipped it. And unlike the way it had worked on PS1 and PS2, on PS3, there's like a system level thing where most games, regardless of the region of the game, if you play a game on a Japanese PS3, it will make circle button the confirm button in the game. And if you play that same disc on a PAL or US PS3, it'll be X to confirm and circle to go back. It's not entirely consistent, but that's how many games function. And when I pressed start to advance, there was this, you know, autosave message, and it says, you know, press X to continue. So I press X and nothing happens. I press circle and nothing happens. And I'm like, huh. Could it be that this is one of those edge cases, which I know to exist? There was, I want to say it was like a Silent Hill game or something that was sort of known for this, and it may eventually have been patched, I don't know. But there do exist at least, you know, a very small handful of cases where there's a conflict between the game software and the like system software, where when you are prompted with something like that, like an autosave thing or title screen or whatever, the game essentially tells you to press X to advance. But if you're playing it on a Japanese console, the same X input that will advance you will also then immediately back you out, because like they set it up wrong. Like, I've played games, it's not unusual per se to have games that kind of override the system controls. So I want to say I played Monkey Island 2 Special Edition on PS3, and I think that one is just fully westernized X to confirm, whatever. So like I suppose it's like a thing where you can map the controls, like there's some kind of a system level command, and if you bind it that way, it'll map to whatever appropriate button, depending on the region. So that's how like menus would work in most games. But there's stuff like, I want to say, Demon Souls. It's not just the menus, but just like the X and circle button functions are fully flipped. So one of them is like for dodging, and the other is something else, I forget. So like the confirm button is always the same button as dodging or running or whatever, whether that's the X or circle button. So that the exact implementation can change from game to game. But so I couldn't get past that screen, so I tried like rebooting and futzing around with it, and it turned out, I realized very quickly, that it was a controller issue, because like it was just a miracle essentially that I had even been able to get that one start button input to function properly. Because it would just like it would scroll through. It's like you hold a direction or something, it just like a directional input would get stuck and it would just keep scrolling through system menus, and it would like sign me out and sign back in. It would just like send ghost inputs completely irrespective of what I was physically doing with the controller. So it's like, all right, this controller's fucked. Like I remembered it having had drift issues, or like, I remember playing games on it and like the analog stick would just get stuck in a position, like not physically, but just like it'll send a directional input for a few seconds and then it'll just like, oh never mind, like that's fine. But I guess it's kind of doing that, but also buttons don't work. Like it's fucked. But from then I dug out the 6-axis controller and I hooked it up and it seemed to work okay. I was able to button past the autosave prompt. I was able to navigate the menus fine. I could, navigate the system menus. I didn't have any issues with it. Now, will that hold? We'll find out together, I suppose. Yeah, it's just a fucking ordeal. If it's not one thing, it's another. Like that's just the story of doing PS3 stuff. So, I'm glad that PS3 emulation is coming along. I still enjoy, obviously, messing with, original hardware to a degree. But when stuff like just isn't working properly, it's very annoying. I played a lot. I mean, DualShock 3 controllers are not exactly known for being like mega sturdy workhorses. I mean, I don't think any controller from the past 20 years have that kind of reputation, but if any of them do, it wouldn't be those. Like if anything, Sony controllers I think are known for like, you have them for a year and then the battery is just complete shit. Like it's just, it doesn't hold a charge for 10 minutes. But it's all anecdotal kind of. It's so much of it I'm sure is up to individual sort of production runs and different factories and whatever. Like there's so many moving parts in vaguely literal sense. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I have a better like with my 360 stuff, like I don't have I don't feel like any of the 360 controllers I've had have ever really displayed any problems. The PlayStation controllers for sure are worse, like the PS3 stuff. But even the PS4 controllers, like, so I have this like silver and gold controller that I picked up, and I kind of like the look of these. But these weren't the original controllers I had, because I have two black controllers too. I have the one that came with my original system, and then I got a PS4 Pro, and I have the one that came with that. But so like, I played my consoles regularly, but it's not like I always had friends over and we always did multiplayer gaming. Like I kind of would only use one controller at a time for the most part, and I'm still like over the the past 10 or so years of the lifespan of these multiple PS4 consoles, I've kind of like worked my way through these controllers. They still work. I don't know if any of them like flat out don't work, but they you kind of there's something about it where it kind of feels like I should probably use this one more so I don't wear out this one too much. Or it's like by the time I vaguely recall that like by the time I got one of these controllers, it was like, oh, like I felt compelled to buy it in the first place, and then once I did, I'm like, oh, I felt good about buying it and not having to use the previous one. And I've not really had that experience with any of the Xbox stuff or Nintendo really, although the Nintendo systems I've got in the past ever, they've not really seen that much play. Like I think the Pro controller for the Switch is like terrible in some ways. Like the D-pad's really bad. Like it's not an impressive controller. I wasn't overly impressed with the Wii U Pro controller either, but that's a different issue. Like I don't think they're great controllers, but they're not, them being not great is not a matter of not lasting or falling apart or ceasing to function. It's just that they're like, they weren't great in the first place, but they weren't necessarily great in the first place, but they haven't also necessarily gotten worse over time. Like most of my PlayStation controllers. My PS1 controllers are mostly fine though. PS2 as well, I think. Yeah, and I like everyone keeps saying the PS5 controllers are kind of a similar spot where they're also not kind of like, you know, known for being built to last. Anyway, adventures in trying to play games. So yeah, I'm feeling increasingly justified in just sticking with my old, you know, Mega Drive and Saturn and shit. They, you know, of course, it's just a matter of time before they explode. I mean, my childhood Mega Drive didn't last very long at all. I remember it was during Christmas break '95, because I remember my friend had received Batman Forever for Christmas, and over Christmas break I borrowed that game, and it was like the last game I remember being able to boot up on my system before it just like died. But that was like a weird fluke, I guess, because it's not like a typical thing for systems of that era. Anyway, we could have a nice friendly conversation about video game controllers ceasing to function, but we have more important business to attend to. We have some games bonding to do. Yeah. This is the game. GoldenEye Reloaded 007 MI6 edition, which I have no fucking idea. I guess it says on the back. MI6 edition includes exclusive access to Paintball multiplayer modifier, early access to Classic Conflict multiplayer modifier, exclusive weapon, Moonraker Black Laser Rifle. So I got this used, so presumably the MI6 edition is like some kind of voucher that you redeem. Yep. Right here. So it's safe to assume that a previous owner would have redeemed this. And it's probably even safer to assume that if they didn't, it's probably not available now. Code must be redeemed by 11/1/12. I don't know which number is which there, but all of them are lower than 25, so I think we're although I'm sure it's possible that these things might have been available past that date. It's just some kind of guarantee date. But also, who the fuck gives a shit about multiplayer modifiers? I do not. So I wonder even if that, like, yeah, I'm just curious about that whole thing. But yeah, there's also exclusive PS3 features. Hugo Drax character and Moonraker laser pistol, only on PlayStation 3. This was 2011. I felt like that was fairly common for Sony to kind of spend cash to get these like weird system exclusive stuff that didn't really mean much. It's a link to the beat 'em up watch list sheet. If you type exclamation mark BEU watch, get a link to the spreadsheet. But yeah, so there's a bunch of extra stuff there, I guess. And also, of course, there's the PlayStation Move features for the PS3 version, which I guess replicates the Wiimote aiming controls. This is, of course, the BE, as in beat 'em up watch. The kind of updated, upgraded version of GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo Wii, which came out the previous year. Refined, recharged, reloaded. The Bond adventure that began it all, ... returns. What a strange claim. That, I mean, I don't know if that same tagline was on the Wii game. I could look it up, but I can't be bothered walking all the way over to my shelf to dig it out. Not only is it a very strange claim that GoldenEye was the Bond adventure that began it all in any sense, but it's doubly strange to put that when I can't help but interpret this as talking about this being an upgraded version of the Wii game from 2010, which didn't really begin anything. Because, you know, it says refined, recharged, reloaded, which obviously, well, I take it to mean, because reloaded is the subtitle for this version, the PS3 and 360 version. The Wii game was just called GoldenEye 007. That was, of course, like essentially a remake of sorts of the Rare game, the N64 game. But I don't know, it's it's very strange. But of course, you know, this entire game's existence, like the whole, like everything to do with it, is you know, riding the coattails of that original game. The entire marketing, I mean, it's not even the marketing campaign, the entire conception of this game's existence is just completely based on that one game. So it's not surprising that they will want to, you know, allude to it. But even calling that the Bond adventure that began it all, like, what did it begin? It was a popular game that had a number of follow-ups, none of which were as popular. Like, I don't know. We're gonna flip through the manual, but why don't we first hop on over to the Bond scene, get a little introduction, and get comfortable. Actually, before we even get to that, I may as well bring up the fact that thanks to the kind contributions of the community, we have completely completed the Q Branch research funding goals as set out. We have completed 10 daily objectives, and with that, we are officially, what's the word? Lost the word completely. Committed, I guess, to take on Secret Mission 007, which is the actual remake, port, remaster, new update, whatever you want to call it. The Xbox Live Arcade version of Rare's GoldenEye. It was not released, but has found its way onto the internet. We will be playing this game, but most likely, the plan as it stands currently at least, is that we will complete missions 49 and 50, the final two, you know, on the books assignments. And then we'll go through GoldenEye kind of probably concurrently with rewatching the films and doing some other prep work for the actual proper Games Bond finale, where we do the full ranking of games and everything, which will happen sometime early next year, I assume. I'm gonna try to finish out GoldenEye Reloaded and 007 Legends, which are the final two games on the list, the mission list, essentially as quickly as I can, or at least in the month of November. That's the hope. And from there, we'll see if we dive right into GoldenEye or how that's going to work out, but that's kind of the plan. So we will be playing this. So that's the thing, like, you at least you should be aware of the fact that game number 50 is the final game on the list. But the completion of game number 50 does not mark the end of Games Bond. It marks the end of, like, official field work. But then we do have Secret Mission 007, and we have the kind of, you know, debriefing, let's call it. The kind of paperwork, spreadsheet updates, and final verdict on the project, which will... Well, I can say with a fair degree of confidence that it won't happen before the end of the year. But it should happen with ample time in between that and the release of 007 First Light. Hopefully, anyway. That's the plan. But yeah, so thank you again to everyone who contributed by helping out, subscribing, cheering, and all that stuff to help unlock the secret missions. But today, we are playing GoldenEye 007 Reloaded, an enhanced version of the Nintendo Wii GoldenEye 007 remake, built on a new game engine with added features. In addition to all new HD graphics and an extensive overhaul to the game's multiplayer modes, Reloaded also features an all-new single-player mode called MI6 Ops. In MI6 Ops, players can take on various challenges using a large list of mission modifiers, leaderboards ranking their performance. It looks to me, I quickly flipped through the menus, and there's not a huge list of missions in MI6 Ops modes, but it's every mission, you can get a certain number of stars, and it's like 44 stars altogether, I think. And I think it said when I kind of just flipped through it, it seems like you need X number of stars to kind of progress to the next mission, and I think the final mission required 25 stars to unlock, kind of like MGS VR missions. In a manner of speaking, it looked to me, I didn't want to start playing it off stream or anything, so I just kind of looked at what I could glean from the menu. It seems to me like they're kind of multiplayer bot matches with like specific objectives or something. Maybe I could be completely wrong, but it just like it had like names of levels and stuff, and they were like kind of different play modes. So it gave the impression that they might be kind of built more from the multiplayer deathmatch stuff as opposed to like unique new single player levels. And it kind of makes sense too with the whole idea of modifiers and stuff, like that they would be kind of multiplayer-esque match gameplay with different stipulations and modifiers and stuff. We're definitely going to check it out though, and I think probably what we're going to do is I'm not going to commit to getting the 44 stars or anything. I have no idea what the difficulty level is like, but I would like to at least complete, go through all the missions in MI6 Ops. The campaign, I kind of don't expect to be all that different. It'll have new graphics, of course, and we're going to be playing it with a controller as opposed to the Wiimote. Knock on wood. But, it's probably not going to be all that different. So the MI6 Ops stuff is actually kind of the more interesting because it's fully new content. And even if it's built primarily off of, recycling the multiplayer levels and stuff, that's awesome because it gives us an opportunity to check that stuff out. Because the multiplayer component that has been present in quite a few of the Bond games we've played, we've largely skipped over. I'm not like that interested in it, but obviously it presents a logistical challenge of trying to set up multiplayer and like how do you do that? It was just a philosophical kind of stance just from the get-go that we're not gonna bother with that. We looked at whenever multiplayer modes have had the option of playing with bots, we have done like a very cursory glance at what it looks like just to get a sense of it. But I don't know that any of the stuff we've played have had any kind of progression or anything that we can do to kind of that like the multiplayer modes have generally been presented as this kind of sandboxy thing with no beginning or end, which is logical for a multiplayer thing, of course, but there usually wasn't any kind of there's no way to kind of as a solo player play through the content, so to speak. But I think for some games we kind of booted up, like when there were bot matches, like in Nightfire, we like tried a match on most, if not all of the maps, and in Nightfire's case, the Xbox One, it was made clear quite quickly that the bot matches are just like they're not very good, not that interesting. So it just simply has not been a priority. Now it could be that the MI6 Ops is still it has nothing to do with the multiplayer mode. It doesn't really matter. We'll check it out regardless. But if it does, repurpose game content from the multiplayer mode, I'm at least happy that that mode will allow us to engage with that stuff despite not being able or interested really in playing online. Let's power up with a full sip of Kong Strong and take a gander in the manual. So you can see here, by the way, there's some vouchers here. The back of the manual, download vouchers for Hugo Drax and Moonraker laser pistol. So even then, like the bonus stuff Like this was the era of online passes and that kind of thing, right? So you can buy the PS3 version and get this stuff included, the MI6 edition, get more stuff included, but if you buy it secondhand, well, tough luck. That stuff's been redeemed, so you have to go to the PlayStation Store to buy it instead. But luckily, none of that matters. So, and there is like when you go into the MI6 ops menu, the game tells you like, oh hey, there's some online functionality here. You might want to sign into the PSN to access this stuff, but you can just say no thank you and you'll just go right in. So I assume the online stuff is purely for the leaderboard functionality. I'm not entirely sure what the network situation is for PS3s in general, but also literally my PS3. I think, yeah, there's an Ethernet cable plugged in at least, but if I try to connect to PSN, like we did this some time ago, this was a long time ago now, I'm sure, but we had this weird situation of, I remember we were going to play the Darkstalkers collection for a fighting game request stream, and even though I have the game, I've played it previously, according to my PlayStation and according to the PlayStation Network, like my license for that game just doesn't exist anymore. So we had this weird ordeal of like trying to flip through stuff and trying to re-download things, and I tried to like go down back through my purchase history. It was a whole weird thing. But yeah, it's kind of similar even using the PS4, because I use it so infrequently that like trying to log in, it's always like, oh, there's been 5 system updates, there's this and this and that, and like I don't really remember my sign-in credentials. Like, ugh, it's a whole headache. So if you can just be offline and not engage with any of that stuff at all, like, yeah, fine by me. I mean, the PS3 store was never good, but then they changed. Like, I never used, like, as soon as, I mean, I don't think there was ever a period in time where I would use the store on the console. I would just use a web browser. Because you could do that, I think, pretty much from the beginning. But certainly throughout most of the console's lifespan, that was the go. I mean, the same on PS4. Like, I don't, I mean, most consoles, really, the Xbox store is okay, but it's usually far less hassle to just use a web browser on your PC. But when they revamped the PlayStation Store, the web version, I don't remember if this was like during the PS5 launch. I don't think it was, but I think it was like sort of prior to the PS5 launch. They like fully overhauled the web browser PlayStation Store, and when they did that, they essentially removed support for anything to do with PS3 stuff, which was very annoying. Anyway, we're not going to necessarily read through the manual because there's very likely not much of interest in here, but I just want to check what actually is in here in case there's anything of interest. But I don't think there's going to be any kind of interesting like narrative or like, you know, it's going to explain, yeah, how to insert a disc on your PS3, save data using controllers, PlayStation Move, motion and navigation controllers, blah 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 blah. Actually, one interesting thing I noticed that when I capture PS3, it's a little bit of a hassle because it'll change resolutions and stuff, and you have to, with my capture card anyway, I have to configure the capture for the correct resolution that it's inputting. And if you have, like, the PS3 supports up to 1080p, and if you set you basically set your console's resolution to like whatever the highest is that your TV supports, and the OS menu will be in that resolution. But most games top out at 720p. So if your system is set to 1080p, or I guess 1080i, I don't know, the OS will run in that resolution, but whenever you boot up a game, almost always it'll switch back to 720. There's no system level upscaler that will output. Like, that was one thing that the Xbox always did much better than the PlayStation. Like it could output a lot of different resolutions. Like with a VGA cable, the 360 can output all kinds of like different aspect ratio resolutions on PC monitors, and it just works flawlessly. But PlayStations are kind of weird, and like the PS4, or no, the PS5, at launch didn't support 1440p resolution. Like it only supported 1080 and 4K, which is like absurd. But anyway, I was surprised when I booted up this game that this game actually appears to be running in 1080. Some games do on PS3, just not that many. I don't know if that speaks to the graphics not being that particularly upgraded from the Wii, and it's using a lot of similar assets so they can afford to render it at high resolutions. I'm not really sure, but I was surprised. Have the control diagram for the PS3 Move Sharpshooter plastic rifle shell controller. I kind of want to get one of these. I have, I think, 2 Move controllers, but they're so shit because they're so, like, battery's terrible on them and everything. When you have to use the camera, and it's a whole... it's a whole ordeal, if you can believe that. I think the only time I've really tried to use the Move controllers was... at some point, I'm looking over because there's like in a pile of junk over there, but we played the Resident Evil Chronicles games, Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles. I think that's pretty much the only time I've bothered trying to set up the Move controllers. But I'm a big fan of like novelty controllers and unique input methods and everything, but when you have all this wireless shit that like doesn't really work, and in order to charge it you have to plug in these ancient cables that you don't have around anymore. I mean, the PSVR was like the worst for that too, right? You have the breakout box and like 55 cables, and then the drifting on it's terrible. Can't remember. I guess we probably did use Move controllers for that when I did like Arkham VR. I guess that probably used the Move controllers. I really can't remember, but yeah, I guess it must have. The PSVR I used for that, and I tried to play Tetris Effect, but the drift was like so absurdly atrocious that like you play I forget what the mode was called, but there was a mode of Tetris Effect where like it has a set timer of like 10 minutes, and like during those 10 minutes, like by the time the mode had ended, the like home position had drifted from like straight ahead to like 90 degrees to the side. Like it was, I mean, sure, my room probably is not ideal for it, but the fact that it's like so finicky, in addition to the hardware being so obscenely obnoxious to set up, it's just like, oh my god. Anyway, the menus are explained here in the manual. Well, it says here, MI6 Ops menu. In this menu, you'll be able to choose from an array of specially crafted single-player scenarios. Elimination. Eliminate a set number of enemies as quickly as you can. Stealth. Progress through the level and eliminate all enemies without breaking stealth. Defense. Download data from multiple consoles while protecting them from waves of enemies. Assault. Survive and progress through the level to make it to a designated extraction point. So those actually do make it sound like they're more... It sounds less multiplayer built than I kind of expected. So yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out. Heads-up display. Health system. When you take damage, the screen starts to turn red, indicating the need to take cover. It will recover in a short time if you stop taking damage. The 007 Classic difficulty setting is no recovery. Then we have some pages on multiplayer. Game modifiers along this like one page. Another page of online game modes, then customer support, product license agreement, a couple pages, the all important notes pages, and then that's it. So I was thinking about this before I went live, that given that the MI6 Ops is kind of the more interesting stuff, and the main story campaign was something that I found at times, as I recall, a little bit of a struggle on the Wii. It was I it was kind of tough here and there. Like the final level was pretty bad, especially when the game crashed like right at the end of the final boss fight, and it didn't save any checkpoints, so we had to redo the entire final level. Like that was pretty rough. So I was thinking that given that we're kind of mostly sightseeing here, we played through the campaign on the Wii. I mean, technically we played through the DS campaign for that matter, but it's definitely a different game. I'm quite tempted to play this on a lower difficulty level, to just keep things smooth, keep on moving, because I'm not necessarily all that interested in overcoming a particular challenge. I kind of want to see how this version is different, and I suspect that we'll play through the first level and go, well, okay, that didn't seem very different. And it's like, well, but yep, well, you know, I guess we'll play through it. So I don't really want to hop in and only play the MI6 ops stuff. That feels weird. But I think this is a case where it makes sense to kind of make this as friction free as possible. I typically, when I do something like this, I have no like pride in the kind of display of skill or overcoming a challenge. That's really not what this is about for me. It's more about seeing what the games are and what they offer. And in that, you know, in interest of that goal, and really just in general and how I tend to approach games, I prefer generally to approach stuff like with whatever is the default, you know. I tend to assume that if I play the game with the level of difficulty that's presented as kind of the default or the medium, I expect to get an experience that's either closest to the kind of design intent or at least like the average general experience. I'm sure there are plenty of games where you will get a more finely crafted and more enjoyable experience by tuning the difficulty up or down, but you can't really know that going in, right? So it seems like a reasonable assumption that like, well, if I just stick to the default, we're probably going to have a fine time. And that's what we've been doing for most games. I think for the N64 GoldenEye, I eventually realized that the better way of playing it, and this was something I did for, you know, the last half of the game or so, was to try to finish every level on Agent first, the lowest difficulty level, because the way that game works, like, it's more about building up familiarity of the obtuse stuff the game wants you to do, and even Secret Agent being significantly more punishing made it the trial and error kind of research phase of understanding every level just became far more obnoxious. So in that game, it made way more sense to play each level on the lowest difficulty first and then completing it on the medium difficulty. Of course, that game is structured a little differently than most other games we're playing, so that doesn't necessarily apply one-to-one. But either way, we've been doing medium or default difficulty for most stuff, but we might drop it down a little bit for this one. Fractal Mind Mike and Raiders, welcome. You're here just in time for me to attempt, at least, to boot up my PlayStation 3. I hope that everything will work and that stars align well enough for us to actually be able to play this game here, GoldenEye Reloaded. I hope X-Files continues to treat you well, or at least not excessively poorly, which may be the best one can hope for. I'm not sure. That game seems kind of neat, though, from what little I've seen. Mike Raiders, welcome. For those of you who are not familiar, I'm Jiggy. I'm from Sweden. I collect a bunch of weird old games and crap. You know, I've got my my Mega Drive minis. I've got Damn Stompland for PS1. Got Fatal Fury 3 manga. What else we got here? Oh yeah, we got the Storm Collectibles Cyber Blue action figure. You know, that kind of stuff. Among other things, I am currently close to the end, in fact, of my project called Games Bond. in which we chronicle the video game adventures of 007, James Bond. And we made it quite far. We have made it, in fact, to mission 49 out of 50, which is the PS3 version of GoldenEye 007 Reloaded. We played through the Wii original some months ago. So this is going to be kind of a light sightseeing tour, checking out what the differences may be, and then maybe taking a slightly deeper dive into the brand new MI6 Ops mode that was added in this version. If you want to learn more about James Bond and what's happening here, what games we have played, etc., there's a link right there in chat to the official spreadsheet. Of course, any retro streamer worth their salt will have a rich assortment of spreadsheets for all our database and information bookkeeping needs, and I'm no exception. So yeah, I think we're about ready. Actually, let's get the timer on screen. Let's get rid of these jams and try and see if PlayStation will cooperate. The video passed through my monitor. Yep, this looks correct. Oh yeah, so I was talking before about the weird download license stuff for trying to get that Darkstalkers game to work, and we ended up with this file that the mysterious file that you know, it's some kind of package file that I vaguely recall that this might have to do something with that, but it's not installable, and it's highly mysterious. Just something that just decided to break, but whatever, that doesn't affect us today. So let's boot up GoldenEye 007 Reloaded. Now again, it is entirely possible that the controller I'm using, this 6-axis controller from 2006, could physically disintegrate at any moment. It could also just cease to function in a variety of sure to be exciting ways. We'll hope for the best, but we'll see how it goes. Your first PS3 secondhand, specifically to play multiplayer, and you never did. Yeah, I mean that can happen, right? This is a launch 20 gigabyte Japanese PS3 that I purchased when it first came out. I didn't buy it on launch, but there was a fervor. I was living in Japan at the time, so the PS3 famously was like, it had been announced that Sony was planning to ship, I think it was 100,000 units to Japan at launch. But then as launch got closer, that number was updated somewhat. And I think they had something like 100,000 available well, I shouldn't even say worldwide, because the PS3 didn't even launch in Europe until March, I think, of 2007. It was several months later, at least. Like, it was supposed to be a worldwide launch, but they just couldn't allocate enough units, so the European launch was pushed back several months, and the Japanese allotment, which was supposed to have been, if I recall correctly, 100,000 units, I think ended up being 10,000 units. So I wasn't like overly eager to buy a PS3 at launch, because there was like, it was really expensive. There doesn't appear to be any games for it, really, so like, what's the point, question mark? Yeah, they sold out instantly, of course. where people were hustling and importing Japanese units to Europe. Yeah, I bought PS3s for like 3 or 4 friends back home. Once they started becoming more available, I would just buy units and ship them. Because that's the thing too. The price difference was insane. The Japanese launch price was 50,000 and 60,000 yen for the 20 gig and 60 gig units, which maps somewhat directly to the American prices of 500 and 600 USD. At the time, this was like pre-financial crisis currency crash. The USD, and sort of by extension Japanese yen, was very, very cheap if you had Swedish currency. Like historically, when I was like a kid, USD would typically have been like, 1 USD would have been around 8-ish Swedish crowns. Over the 2000s, it crept closer to 10. And today, USD is like cheaper than it has been, but it's around 9 Swedish crowns. But at that time, in 2006, the cost of $1 or 100 yen, roughly, was about 6 Swedish crowns. It's the cheapest it's been in my lifetime, pretty much. So the Swedish retail price for the PS3, which the 20 gigabyte version never even launched in Europe. Like, the 20 gigabyte version existed at the US and Japanese launch, and by the time the PS3 launched in Europe in March of the following year, like 4 or 5 months later, it had already been discontinued. To my knowledge, there was only one SKU for the Europe launch, which I'm not sure if it launched in Australia at the same time, but like if the PAL region, so to speak, was treated as the same thing. But whatever. The US price was $600 for the 60 gigabyte unit. The Japanese price was 60,000 yen, which is, more or less equivalent. The Swedish launch price for the PS3 was 6,700 or something like that Swedish crowns. So if you do a quick bit of math, that would have been over 100,000 yen, or over 1,000 USD. So, I mean, the pricing discrepancy has not changed all that much since then. At least in Sweden, because we've got like some new additional taxes for video game hardware and stuff. It's terrible. But even then, in general, European prices are, like, hardware prices are notably higher than American prices, and Japanese ones for that matter. Hardware was always like cheapest in Japan and the US. So basically, direct comparison, like, the Japanese launch price for the PS3 was pretty much lower than half of the Swedish launch price. So you could fucking FedEx overnight a PS3 from Japan, and it would be cheaper than buying it off a store shelf in Sweden. Like, the price difference was that big. So I didn't really care about the PS3 at launch, but a few months later, in like February of 2007, I think it was like 8th of February or something like that, Virtua Fighter 5 came out. So I went out to one of my local stores. I bought a PS3, and I got a used 20 gig unit to save a bit of cash. And of course, when I got the device, every single component was still in its original baggie, like unopened. Like, it was previously owned, but it was completely, unused, untouched. So I got it for, like, at that point, that fervor had died down a little bit, so you can get them used. Like, that's the thing. People try to scalp the units, but like, it pretty quickly, like the demand died down because there was nothing to play on it. There was like no reason to get a PS3. The backwards compatibility with PS2 games was completely broken. The graphics like didn't work properly. The PlayStation Store didn't really work. Like it was atrocious. It was terrible. So I guess that's why I could just go to, I went to Geo, and they had like 20 gig units on the shelf, and I paid like a couple of thousand yen below retail. I don't remember specifically, but I probably paid something like 47,000 yen. In hindsight, it would have been nice to have a 60 gig unit, not for the storage, I replaced that eventually, but the 20 gig unit is the only one that does not have Wi-Fi. It also didn't have, like, the main difference between the 20 and 60 is that the 20 doesn't have Wi-Fi, and it doesn't have the memory card slots on the front. Now, of course, all these subsequent revisions of the hardware made other concessions, like removing USB ports and stuff. The launch units, I think, are still the only ones that have 4 USB ports on the front, stuff like that. But hey, you know, on the other hand, this unit still fucking works, you know? I don't want to say most, but many of the 60 gig launch units had that yellow light of death issue. Like the fault rates of those particular batches were quite significant. Not 360 levels, but fairly significant. But this 20 gig launch unit still kicking. The PlayStation Network was hacked and subsequently taken down in the spring of 2011. I've not really done, like, the major issue I've had more recently is the Tekken games specifically they instantly overheat my system, and that's apparently like sort of a known issue. Hypothetically, I'm sure there are things you can do. You know, blow out a bunch of dust and, you know, maybe thermal pasting the CPU and whatever, but I don't know, stuff like that just feels like an elevated level of hassle that I really cannot be bothered with. Honestly, PS2 games on PS3 have never been a good idea. The upscaler stuff is all busted, so there's like massive input delay. I still haven't actually tried playing any backwards compatible stuff using the debug options that were kind of leaked a few years ago. Maybe more than a few years ago at this point, but there's like a secret button combination that you can do on a retail unit to access like a debug sort of settings menu that let you change more settings for the like the emulation or whatever. I mean, the 20 gig launch units do have the full PS2 hardware, so strictly speaking they should have like better compatibility, but however it's set up, like, that doesn't prevent them from having terrible input lag. But I want to say that there's some stuff you can like disable VSync, and like I think there's some stuff you can do there that ostensibly is supposed to make it a little bit better. But I haven't bought, like, I'm curious about it, so I'd like to mess around with that at some point, but, you know, like, pretty far down the list of things I'd like to get to. But really, I mean, the PS1 stuff is the same. Like, it like, you get, there's like horrible interlacing issues, or like de-interlacing, I guess I should say. And I think the input delay is like pretty, like, yeah, because I remember trying to play Jammer Lammy, which I got on PS1, like on my PS3, and it's just like, that game in particular, Parappa and Jammer Lammy, they're both like, they give pretty bad feedback on your timing stuff, but like it's just unplayable because there's like enough of a delay that your inputs don't match the gameplay. So it's pretty messed up. Like, so I like, for people who at a time there was like launch era PS3s for kind of a premium because of their supposed superior backwards compatibility support, but legitimately, like, a PS3 is like kind of the worst way to play PS2 or PS1 games. I mean, especially nowadays when even like the PS3's ability to sort of output video to modern devices is like not really any better than you can get on a PS2 with any kind of appropriate device. So you're like, the supposed benefit from doing it on PS3, like in 2011, like it would be in a different situation, but the way things are now, like the PS3 itself is so sort of outdated that it's a bit of a hassle, and there's a lot of other additional problems with it. I mean, that's completely even disregarding emulators, like playing emulated PS2 games on your PC. But even then, you know, there's other boxes of various kinds that you could play emulated PS2 games on. I mean, technically a PS3 for the most part would be emulated still as well, but you know what I mean. So I would not recommend, like, I would sooner get a Mister to play PS1 games than a PS3, like, without a shadow of a doubt. Anyway, oh, that's right. This is one of those games where it overrides the system level button config. So even though I have a Japanese PS3 where circle is confirmed, once this game has taken control, X is confirmed. All right, so interestingly, this game actually defaults to Xbox style L2 and R2 being the primary triggers. Many games that were on both swapped the shoulder button inputs so that the L1 and R1 was the main triggers for PS3, because the PS3 triggers are so fucking utter dog shit. I, of course, have these little extra things that you clip onto the triggers so that you can actually use them with your human fingers. So I think I'll be okay. But I'm surprised that they actually defaulted to R2 as the trigger. Because that, if you didn't have these little clip-on triggers, it would feel terrible. And it doesn't... I'm curious... Yeah, so there is at least a ski. Yeah, I was curious if there even was a way to map it to L1 R1. And yeah, there is a mode that literally just changes that. How much is a Mister and is it plug and play? I think that's a question that changes constantly. It's a very moving target. I know that there was that other sort of Mr. Clone kind of thing that had a lot of buzz around it earlier this year, or last year maybe. I'm not sure exactly what came of that. It's not the kind of stuff I follow super closely, but there's a lot of different kind of hardware configurations as well. And you know, prices have kind of gone up and down. Yeah, the Mr. Pi clone, I think that's the stuff I was thinking of. I think, like I said, I only keep very, very cursory sort of apps on this kind of stuff. I think it's interesting, but it's not something I don't have any of those devices. And it's one of those things where there is enough relatively constant kind of development stuff happening where feeling a bit lazy about it and kind of putting off looking into or investing in it doesn't seem like it's gonna you know, bite you in the ass. I guess we're gonna get fully tutorialized as we play, so I don't think we necessarily need to memorize this. Just know that R2 is the trigger, I guess. Look sensitivity defaulting to the very bottom here. Okay, let's put it up a little bit. Come back to this, of course. Need be. Bump up the music a little bit. Cheat codes. I don't remember if that was in the Wii version or not. We can look at that later on. But I'm not sure if it's good just for like unlockings. Actually, you know what? We played through the campaign once already on the Wii. So just out of curiosity, let's see if I can find an appropriate browser window for this. I'm just gonna go to game FAQs real quick. and just to see what's up. This is usually something I do after finishing a game, but I vaguely recall in the Wii version looking up the cheat stuff, and it was very underwhelming. Okay, interesting. There's unlocking codes for multiplayer stuff. Like unlock the Black Moonraker skin for multiplayer only. Unlock tag and invincibility at multiplayer only. Unlock classic conflict and every character multiplayer. Like basically, it's like they're codes for unlocking all kinds of stuff, which seems unusually generous for a 2011 release. But there is also code for unlocking all MI6 ops and gives 4-star rating to all. Another code for unlocks all single-player missions and gives 3 Janus emblems in all levels. Kind of weird that they you can just unlock the top like completion rating for everything. No, the pre-order. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, who knows? We can maybe do those cheat codes, whatever. It won't really matter. No, yeah, the Black Moonraker. Yeah, but I forgot if it was like early access or something. But it says early access to classic conflict multiplayer modifier. But whatever, you know. Sometimes that's been a thing too, where it's like kind of rare as a thing. But I remember Capcom did that with Lost Planet 2. Lost Planet 2 had a bunch of like character skins you can unlock, or they were like retailer exclusive pre-order bonus type deals. There was like a Frank West, there was a Wesker, and there was whatever else. Like, and at some point later in the game's life, they just released like cheat codes or like something like that. Like, oh yeah, you can just unlock these now. I think there was something similar with the rearmed Rad Spencer skin in Bionic Commando or something like that. So now and again, publishers actually throw you a bone with that kind of stuff. But especially it's nice, you know, going back to games like this, stuff that's tied to like online redemption, like, you know, you're just at the mercy of however long that stuff's around. So it's nice to have actual offline cheat codes. But yeah, it's good to know that we could like just unlock every mission. I don't think we'll need that because we'll play through this, and we'll play this on a low difficulty level for a nice casual sightseeing experience. If I was committed to saying like, all right, we're gonna focus on MI6 ops and that's the only thing we really care about, I would be happy to use that cheat code to just pop into a random mission to take a look at it or whatever. But I do kind of want to play through the campaign again as well, or at least that's the plan. But yeah, we're not. I'm glad we looked at those codes now. It's good to know what's there. We didn't like, you know, finish the game and then realize, oh shit, we should have done this first. But you know, so, and I also don't feel like we like spoiled anything by seeing what's available. Right. So we played through the other game on Agent. And even that was like, there were some difficulty spikes. 007 Agents. 007 Agents, what am I even saying? 007 Classic. Like this weird thing where it's removing like the Call of Duty style recovering health, but it doesn't seem like the game would be particularly balanced for it. I guess it says body armor must be utilized, but I forget if body armor is like a mechanic. Oh yeah, this is weird too. Like, it says for every difficulty level above the easiest one, all additional objectives added are optional. But here it doesn't even mention them. So, like, as I recall, maybe this is a change, because we had that thing in the Wii game where we were supposed to like infiltrate Tarkovsky's office, to find a hidden like list or something, and I failed to do that, and we completed the level and we failed the mission because I didn't do that objective, and that was not some like extra super difficulty or whatever. So that might have been something they changed for this version of the game, where like missable objectives are optional. Yeah, because there's a whole thing about like going through the facility in Arkhangelsk, taking photographs of shit that was also like, well, we better fucking do this, or like the game, it was weirdly ambiguous about what needed to be done, or it's like, I mean, I guess the game made it clear that you have to do the objectives, but they were designed in such a way that they were kind of weirdly missable, and you have to fuck around a bit to even find the stuff, and I remember that being a little obnoxious. I didn't think they did a great job with the whole mission design stuff. But it is peculiar here that they specifically call out that, I guess I don't know specifically what quote-unquote additional objectives are, but none of the difficulty levels, they only mention objectives when they are optional, but they are called them additional objectives, so I assume that means that they are not present here. I guess we'll find out. Let's start the timer. Oh yeah, I should get my spreadsheet ready here. To keep track of bond quotient type data.
Good morning, 007. Welcome to the MI6 Agent Evaluation Center. As you know, this course is mandatory for 00 agents, and only the best will remain certified for field operations.
That in a moment.
Good luck. Take the weapon from the counter, 007.
Well, whatever. Okay, well, maybe we do want to dial down the buttons. Let's keep it at the bottom. I just want to see what this. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if that's like some kind of. I mean, even the Wii version did support controller controls. Man, the rubber tips on these analog sticks are like weirdly sticky. That's not a great feel. But yeah, it's peculiar. This is like the lowest sensitivity. Nice and smooth frame rate though, and again, this game actually does run at 1080p. Yeah, the hand models for sure is like more detailed than it would be on the Wii. Otherwise, it looks about as I remember it. Oh wow, okay, yeah, it just like sticks with it. Yeah, okay, there's a yeah, as you can see, it snaps quite aggressively. Feels good. Crouch. But I think that was all in the Wii game too, and it kind of makes sense with the waggle stuff as well. Oh yeah, right, we got this kind of cover. It doesn't really feel great to use these triggers though, I gotta say. That like the throw on the trigger is so long. Man, it feels like it's not. These are not good feeling triggers. I want to just try this mode. See if I noticed like instinctively before I even fired the gun the first time, my fingers like landed on using the R1 and L1 well, so Ligamus 9, so I think that's going to be more intuitive.
Keep going, 007.
I don't remember the Wii game feeling particularly bad, and I also don't really remember, but I feel like surely it must have been 30 FPS. So this just like being a smooth 60, immediately like, man, this that feels pretty good. Oh yeah, so we got a little stealth training now, I believe.
Move on, 007.
Fancy water. Right. Alright, we can equip a silencer. Crouch button. Extremely gray facility, to be expected. Where to pull. Need to remain undetected to pass this section. Remain crouched as you exit the vent. Your movements will be slower, but the guard will not hear your footsteps. It's funny how that's like such a video game convention when I feel like I would be significantly better at moving quietly if I was on my feet versus if I was like squatting and had to move forward. Granted, I am not James Bond, but you know, still. R3 when prompted. Good work, Bond. Like leaning. I have a little map there. This out. So. Well, okay. I could have walked 1 inch closer and be told. But luckily I've played video games before. And it's funny, there really isn't anything super special about the visuals here. Just the fact that it's like nice and smooth, like I was just looking around, taking in the sights.
You passed with flying colors. M will now brief you on your next mission.
It's not very like memorable or anything. But the first impression, like especially I guess with all the hassles of dealing with PS3 shit, the fact that it just like runs really smoothly and it's responsive and it feels good, it's like, oh man, like this, you know, it doesn't take much for a game to feel decent. And man, a good frame rate does so much. Oh boy.
Begin secure transmission.
Yeah, no subtitles. Good luck.
Good morning, 007.
Paying attention to any of this.
For the past 3 years, a high-ranking Russian general, Arkady Arumov, has been stealing Russian military equipment and selling it on the black market. We have reason to believe he's about to ship a cache of high-tech weapons to a terrorist organization that has been targeting our embassies. Along with Agent 006, your mission is to infiltrate his base of operations, destroy the weapons cache, and, if need be, eliminate General Orumov. Agent 006 has already surveyed the facility. Time is of the essence, 007. An unmarked cargo plane is already en route, due to pick up those weapons for the terrorists in 45 minutes. Do you copy?
Confirm. We're in position.
Good luck, James. MI6 out.
Get ready for stoic Daniel Craig. Yeah, of course it's Judi Dench. Why wouldn't it be? Got nothing better to do. I mean, she was eminent in films, so they replaced everyone else. Yes, and it's like it's so funny. Like again, there's like it's by no means bad looking for a PS3 game. But just like, you know, from a sort of artistic standpoint or whatever, I'm not like blown away by the aesthetic qualities of it. But just the fact that you know, I guess take a Wii game and make it run at 60 FPS.
Take the one on the right.
And to my knowledge, it is also 1080p, you know, which is unusual for PS3 games. Just it instantly makes it seem twice as impressive. Yeah, I mean, no one gives a shit about the script or pronunciation of stuff. Like, I think Judi Dench gives appropriate amounts of shits about this game. But I'm genuinely, I guess impressed isn't the right word.
Nice work, James.
Just like old times.
Stunned that like for 2011 game,
Well, watch out for that
to
sniper.
not have subtitles is like quite something. I mean, the Wii game didn't either, but it's like you would think that would be one of those things that they would fucking fix. Unless I've been like extremely blind somehow, because it's not in audio settings where you might expect it, and there's no, obviously there's no like accessibility options, but there's no like game settings or visual settings or anything. They're like, there's nowhere else where it could be, and it's just not there. Baffling. Like, I remember playing Halo in like 2002 or whatever, 2003, and finding myself utterly incapable of caring about any of the narrative. I could barely hear what anyone was saying, and there was no subtitles.
Timetable will be late. All I know is what they tell me. Security has been tightened. Nobody gets through.
Hey, they're just fixed. Why not take the food out of my mouth? Maybe
Very silent here.
feelings while you're at it.
Even
Visual contact.
Not sure who. I guess the guy's down there. Oh, whatever.
soldier down. Pull back to cover.
They gonna find their way here? Oh, whatever. Easy difficulty should be fine. Objective completed somehow. Oh yeah, do we have it? Oh yeah, objectives. I was like, do we have mission objectives? Like sniper rifle? Fuck it.
We've got company heading to the bridge. Can you handle it?
Just yeah, I'll just vault over. Okay, him, I guess. I guess he must have shot those guys. Okay. Okay, now I'm supposed to snipe these guys, but whatever. Enemies seem a bit tanky. That's fine.
I'm moving to the truck.
Moving to your location.
Little action set piece cutscene. Go. He needs to get in position first.
Nobody ever dive in too careful. Words to live by.
The whole concept of like
So how much do you know about
remaking,
Only what I read in the dossier. After the fall of
like
the
creating this
Soviet
game
Union,
adaptation
jealous
of
the
a
oligarchs.
film that already had a game adaptation, where obviously the layout of the area we were just in is like more or less one-to-one with the opening of the first level in the N64
If anything
game.
goes wrong, be prepared to move.
And there are other levels that are like more closely related to the N64 game than they are to the film, but it deviates really far from both. Like the N64 game is not like it takes a lot of liberties with how a lot of sections play out. And this does too, but it's like it doesn't do it necessarily in the name of matching the N64 game. It just kind of does its own thing. And then, you know, it doesn't have like it doesn't have the likenesses of any of the actors except for well, except for Judi Dench, I guess, because it had Daniel Craig, who was not in the film. And then there's also like Boris isn't in the game at all. Other characters kind of, you know, they're not really in it as much as you might expect. Like it's just a lot of weird changes. I mean, I understand why this game exists. I'm not like fully naive and oblivious, but it's the whole like approach to it is so strange that it's like it's too different to be L2. I don't even know what the L2 button is. Alright, see, even that didn't give us like tremendously huge frame drops. Cool. But as a whole, like, I don't know, the whole concept of this game is so strange. What I think of the new Bond game so far, assuming you're talking about First Light, I think it looks great. It looks more or less exactly like what I would want from a IO interactive Bond game.
We haven't the time. Let's go.
Um,
Come on, Jay.
leveraging
Let's
some of the
move.
mechanics and design kind of sensibilities of the Hitman games, with the addition of like action set piece spectacle that you need from Bond.
Probably just another surprise inspection.
Breach mechanics.
Beforehand, boy. Have enough to do already.
And I,
Did you see that helicopter?
Yeah, what of it?
It looked
for some reason, I guess I didn't lock on during Breach like I was expecting to. I was a little confusing.
We'll take care of it.
I'm getting a picture for MI6.
Don't waste your time. You'll be late reaching the rendezvous point. Get on with it. I'll cover you.
It's interesting. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff here that's significantly more like detailed. Guess I can't stop the alarm here. Than in the Wii version. But because it's been a while since I played it, it generally just looks the way I remember it. Like, the characters look kind of the same and everything. There's stuff I can tell, like, with some of the view models for the weapons and even the characters, like his face and stuff. Like, I'm sure there's more polygons there than there would be on the Wii. And I'm sure there's, like, some more details with the lighting and stuff, too. But frankly, just, like, the frame rate makes such a huge difference that, like, that alone makes so much more of a difference than any minor touch-ups to any of the models or stuff would do. I mean, I didn't think the Wii game was bad looking for that matter. Like, it wasn't artistically, aesthetically particularly interesting, but it was well executed for like, these kind of realistic visuals. We're definitely playing on the tourist difficulty level here. It doesn't really seem to matter if we're getting shot, which is perfectly fine. I'm really kind of just wanting to see the graphics and the missions. But yeah, like the biggest kind of question mark I have with First Light at this point is whether it'll have the same kind of depth to messing around and playing around with all the stuff you can do like the Hitman games. I'm sure, you know, it won't be structured the same. It will have more like fully linear set piece stuff, which I have no problem with. Like, essentially the game comes across to me as kind of a mix between Hitman and Everything or Nothing, which is like kind of exactly, like, I don't know that I could come up with a better description for what I would like to see in a Bond game. I love the modern Hitman games, and I think Everything or Nothing is like the absolute peak of Bond spectacle game. Like, it leans fully into the fact that it's a video game and it's ridiculous. It's not authentic to a Bond film per se, because it is so ridiculous. But it makes for fun video games, right? So I was curious about the objective stuff here. We have like the photographic intelligence objective, but it's blue, so that I'm not sure if that's required or not. Have I played Hitman Absolution? I don't think I have. I played the early Hitman games, 1 and 2. I think I played a tiny amount of Blood Money. I don't think I ever played Contracts. I don't think I ever played Absolution. I have some... I think at some point, like, the HD whatever trilogy thing on Xbox was like free, or Games with Gold or something, so I'm pretty sure I have those games. I didn't really play them. Like, I like the early Hitman games, but they were so incredibly janky that I could not really fully fall in love with them. Like, I enjoyed them at the time, but I didn't finish either 1 or 2. But I felt like 2016 was like the full realization of everything I wanted out of those original games. So I frankly have not felt super compelled to go back to any of the older ones. I mean, there's still a million things for me to do in the current game. Like, there's stuff I haven't done in those games, and I put like dozens, if not hundreds of hours into them. And that's the thing. Like, I love the sort of trial and error and messing around and like having all these alternate objectives. Like it was so fun. Like I didn't get into Hitman 2016 when it first launched. It had already gained like some pretty strong word of mouth by the time I got it, but I got it during like in the middle of that first season. So when I bought the game, I think 2 or 3 of the maps had been released. So I could still get into that idea of you know, playing the same map, and there's a bunch of stuff to do, so I'll play this for a couple of weeks until the next map is released. And I thought it was just such a brilliant design. Like it works so well for that game. Now they didn't release any of the subsequent games in that format, but that style of play still is very fun, and like the game's very conducive to that style of play. So Bond, I expect, like I wouldn't, like when I first played Hitman 2, I didn't advance through every level like as quickly as possible to get the story. I like savored every map and like stuck with it much longer before I advanced, because that's how I enjoyed playing the first game. And I don't think that style of play is going to be really that's not going to make any sense for Bond. But I hope that there is still like reason to really sink your teeth into playing things like that. And I hope that it's not like, I trust IO to have a good sense about this, but like what we saw from their gameplay demo where they show that like essentially first mission, quote unquote, it has like a little bit of an open adventure part that we didn't really get to see that much of during the demo. They kind of skip over some stuff, but it also has a lot of like obviously very linear stuff that is not going to be particularly interesting to replay in that way. Like a fun spectacle level can still be fun to replay, but if you're replaying parts of the game specifically because you want to try different stuff, you want to explore a map, and you want to like see what is there under the surface and how you can kind of learn about the deeper intricacies of how these different mechanics work together, etc., etc., like the parts that you then do that are kind of more linear, they're going to get in the way of that. So using Hitman 3 as an example, like they added far more of these kind of narrative components to the levels, but what they did in that game was that you kind of only have to bother with any of that stuff the first time you play a level. Like once you've completed a mission, you're completely free to ignore some of that stuff. Like even the Berlin level, which is maybe my favorite in 3, it's such a cool concept. There's the whole lead up that has a bunch of narrative in it where 47 like gets to the location. But once you've done that the first time, when you actually just want to play the mission, you don't have to, you can just skip it. You can just start at the location, and that's that. So I would hope that if Bond has similar, like if there's a comparison to be made there in terms of structure, that it's easy to access the parts that are fun to kind of replay and play around with, as opposed to it being like so locked into the linear structure and like that sort of stuff that it gets difficult to get to that kind of experience, or that type of experience isn't even there. I'm sure even if it's structured something like Everything or Nothing, where it's literally a series of linear levels and it's a campaign you play through and that's it, I'm sure I will enjoy it a lot. But the incredibly rich depth to the Hitman experience is such a cool thing that I would love to see. I don't want to see the exact same thing. I never felt from day one that I wanted that game to be Hitman, but you play as James Bond, because that doesn't make sense. Like the characters and what they do is so different that it doesn't make sense for it to be the same. But I would expect and hope for a lot of that richness of the game experience to also be present in some form of equivalent way. And while I am happy to have the linear set piece spectacle stuff, I think that's appropriate for Bond. And for it to work out as that kind of spectacle, it needs to be directed, it needs to be authored. It cannot be, you cannot have those things in a fully open-ended context. So I'm happy to have that stuff there. I just hope that it doesn't mean that the stuff I would want to see that is of that more open-ended nature be like compromised to the point where it's like doesn't feel like it's a big part of the game. So those are my, like, I wouldn't call it a concern, but it's the thing I'm most curious to get a better picture of, because the balance between those different elements is not something that's really understood based on what they have shown. But I'm very excited for the game. There was some other question I believe I missed. Mike asks, is this the penultimate game? You can access the spreadsheet for a more complete list, but yes, this is mission 49 out of 50 in the kind of official game list. But we will also, in addition to this game and 007 Legends, also play the Xbox Live Arcade GoldenEye. That will probably happen after game number 50. But those are the 3 games, you could say, including this one, that we're yet to play. Sneakily squat up here in the rain. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just gonna stealth take out this guy. Who's staring directly at 2 guys yelling at me. Oh, hey! Stop right there. And he's like, huh? Pretty satisfying. So, like, this isn't what I would want, like, an FPS campaign to be. Just running right at me. But for the purposes of what we're doing here and just kind of fucking around, sightseeing a little bit, this is exactly the kind of highly relaxed gaming I'm very happy to engage with. Sound design is a little weird. Oftentimes it's just like stuff just doesn't appear to make any noise. And we sure got some normal maps here. Well, we're going to be playing First Light on stream, of course, but you can call it, you know, sort of a follow-up to GameSpawn. It's not really part of the project per se, because it ends up being a little weird for the project to essentially just stick in limbo until that game comes out. But it's going to be kind of a... I mean, it's sort of similar to... We did Batman, and then sometime after that... Gotham Knights came out. I didn't play that through on stream. I started playing it on stream, but it was so fucking boring and tedious that I just ended up finishing it off stream. Like bulletproof? Nope, I guess not. Whatever. Feels pretty good to like not have to care. We've played a lot of FPSs that have been quite punishing and demanding. So, oh yeah. Being able to just spray and pray and not really give a fuck. It's like, oh, you know what? It feels very relaxing. What's up, So Great? Is this better than the Wii version? I mean, we're not far into it, but as far as I can tell, it's like, it looks more or less the way I remember it, which means that it probably looks like there's probably fairly, you know, a lot of upgrades, but because it's been a few months, I don't really remember specifics to like compare. It failed to crash. That's fine. They didn't notice, luckily, but it runs much better. It's mostly like 60 FPS, which makes a huge difference. I remember the Wii game actually like looking fairly impressive. And I think this does too, unless there's something weird going on. This should also be running at 1080p, which is 1080p gaming at 60 FPS for PS3 is like quite remarkable. And for it to also like, I mean, looking at this, you wouldn't think that it looks bad for a PS3 game. So that's like kind of surprising to me. You know, the PS3 controller controls are fine. Nothing special, but certainly, you know, easier to get to grips with than waggle controls. But in fairness, we chose to play the Wii game with waggle for the like authentic, unique experience. But the Wii game supports classic controller and GameCube controllers. And this version on PS3 supports waggle controls with the Move controllers. So that's not really an area in which either version of the game has the upper hand. But so far, I can't say that there's anything about this version that makes me think. I didn't really read any of that, but so I guess this is not optional, because we're not going to be told about where to go or what to do next until we do this. I don't think there's any reason why you would choose to play the Wii version over this version. This would definitely not be on Steam. I don't even know if there is a PC version of this, but there's no way licensed stuff like this would stick around for like 10 plus years. Especially Bond stuff, which is like kind of famously... Oh, yeah, I guess there's blood all over the screen. I should probably crouch for a bit while I reload. The licensing stuff for Bond is famously like kind of hairy. Was killed in action. Restart the last checkpoint. But I would say if you are in the mood for a Bond FPS, this is probably not the one I would recommend. Like it's kind of serviceable, but it's not really. Yeah, I don't know. I could think of more interesting games. Loading's pretty rough. So I guess okay. So this is checkpoint. We're done with the helicopter. The little arrows to indicate where people are like discovering you is a good in concept, but it's doesn't seem to like really match what's happening, I feel like. Well, that's kind of hard to use. Like the feel of the guns is pretty alright, but even on this low difficulty, enemies like feel weirdly kind of tanky. And part of that is because the feedback on actually hitting with the guns is a little questionable as well. Zoom in. Guess I don't need to. Strictly speaking, I guess like the best Bond games that I would recommend aren't necessarily first-person shooters. Like Everything or Nothing, or even Bloodstone, which had the unfortunate reality of just like ending extremely abruptly. But up until that point, like it was a really great game. I really enjoyed it. I don't have like a chat command for it or anything, but if you are on my Discord, I tend to post my tier list updates every time we add a new game, which towards the end here we started doing it on a, like after we finish a game we immediately update the tier list. Frankly, like just trying to remember games, they can kind of bleed together a little bit, so some of them stand out, like Everything or Nothing, but otherwise, like Bottom of Solace and Bloodstone and this, like these kind of Daniel Craig first or third person shooters, they can kind of blend together a bit for me. None of them have been terrible, but none of them have been like as exciting as Everything or Nothing, that's for sure. Bloodstone like arguably kind of gets close. but it's a much shorter, like, it's a shorter game and it's a less elaborate game. It's a smaller game. Which, you know, often that's something I tend to prefer, but it just comes up a bit short in comparison, because it feels unfinished. Like, it just kind of ends, or rather it just stops. It doesn't really have an ending, it just stops. Yeah, the handle stuff is, you know, there's been some interesting stuff there as well, for sure.
After the fall of communism, the Russians might have invested in some 21st century transportation by now.
Yeah, something we read over there, I was thinking maybe it would be explosive barrels, but I guess it was just, like, barriers. But this, like, lock-on mechanic feels pretty good. And I remember liking something similar in Bloodstone. Let's reload bud. But yeah, I think, like, Nightfire was also a cool game, the console one specifically. PC Nightfire is pretty mediocre, and it's like, it's similar to the console one, but every level is like twice as long and more annoying. But even that, man, the environments are so samey. It's like, really feels like you're just walking in a big circle. Even here, I think that's like a big strength of the N64 game, is that the levels are challenging but very short. Like, they are these kind of little set piece scenarios. Here, like, everything is just kind of dragged out much more. Yeah. Bungee jumping is so 1995. We got a parachute. 2010. Sorry, we've got a base jump.
Hand it over.
If you insist.
Alright, we got a little shoddy FMV video compression. Still properly transitioning into a full-on opening credits title sequence. That's pretty sick. Even if they kind of fucked it up by not having actual credits, I reckon, as usual. Licensed the song, even though it's a cover, same as the Wii version. I mean, I'm very excited to see what the opening is going to be like in First Light. They better do a decent job with it. Productionist. I hate this so much. Like, they always, like, they don't put any actual video game developer credits. Like, they only put the credits of stuff that looks like it's like famous actors or things that sound like it could be a movie credit. So they put like stunt coordinator, but they won't put like lead programmer. Like, visually it's cool, but it's so, like, I get so annoyed with it. Tomorrow Never Dies on PS1 is like the only James Bond game to have an opening credits sequence that actually has the credits for the developers.
Nice trick. Doing it without a parachute. Trying to show me up?
You said we were running late. Let's move.
So they actually have like it actually uses the opening titles from the film. Tomorrow Never Dies is crazy too, because it has like 40 minutes of FMV or something. It has like so much of the movie in the game. Or no, maybe I'm thinking of, I think The World's Not Enough is the one that has like crazy amounts of FMV. But the Tomorrow Never Dies has like the the transition into the opening credits perfectly seamlessly, just like in the movie. But it uses the title sequence from the film, like the full title sequence with the song, so it has the full length and everything, but they just put the game developer's credits in there instead of the film credits, and that's like perfect. That's exactly how it should be. And every other game where they try to do, and I think that was like probably the first game to even do something like that, because GoldenEye doesn't. I mean, GoldenEye has the gun barrel sequence, but it doesn't have the opening titles. So Tomorrow Never Dies was like the first game to do that, and they nailed it. They did it perfectly, and then no other game did it as well. Most games did some version of like a Bond opening sequence, but like Nightfire, for example, has a little opening FMV, but it's very short and it doesn't have credits in it. It's just it's an opening FMV. It's not really the title sequence, or at least it might have the title, but it's not like opening credits. And then whenever they did opening credits after that, it's always like this, where it's like, we'll put the names of the famous actors we were able to get, and we'll put the name of the publisher. And if we have someone on credit that we can like get some second-hand Hollywood fame out of, or feel like we can, we'll put their name in there. If someone programmed the game, they're not getting in there. If someone did art for the game, no way. If someone did level design, if someone did writing, writing maybe, but that's it. That's as far as we're willing to go. Any other actual game developer credit, forget it. You'll only get credit at the end of the game. And it's so fucked up because putting more credits in the credit sequence would only serve to make it feel more authentic to the films. So it's not like, doing it would be bad for the immersion. It's still like, this would be sick to put credits, but then we'd have to acknowledge the people who made the game. Oh, no, we can't do that. Like, it's so... brings my fucking piss to a boil just thinking about it. It's so frustrating. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Many games, these, like at that time, like just, I mean, you can get that on PS1 as well, where it's just like a credits thing that isn't presented in any kind of appealing aesthetic fashion. It's literally, it's just a looping thing with some random music playing. And I mean, it's good to be able to access credits from the menu, to not lock it behind completing the game and everything in terms of giving people credit. But the fact that it's like such a perfect excuse to actually give proper credit, and like being able to do it in a way that it's not at all intrusive or obnoxious, like I feel like it's a win-win. I mean, nowadays you kind of, well, I don't know about nowadays, but there are examples, of course, of games. I say, it's not a current trend, but like the opening of Arkham Knight, I remember, has a bunch of credits in it. I think you see that in, if like Hitman does it, it probably kind of does. Certainly plenty of Hideo Kojima games do it. And I mean, they did that at least as far back as Metal Gear Solid 1. They might have done that. I mean, Snatcher has like full-on opening credits. And again, that's like the cinematic influence, right? And you have games that want to give this like prestige quality, which is funny because movies fucking don't do opening titles or credits nowadays, and I hate that. Like, I miss it so much. But it's funny how things have changed somewhat. So yeah, if First Light doesn't have proper opening credits, I'll be very annoyed and disappointed. The Mighty C7, greetings. Anyway, we cleared a mission. Primary objectives complete. I guess additional objectives don't even exist on this difficulty level. I don't know if we have received 4 Janus masks, or if we got 0 out of 4, or if that's a decorative trim. But at least we got a proper little mission complete screen, which I don't think was even in the other version, because that's something I've been complaining about, where you get seamlessly shuffled into another unsubtitled briefing section, so you don't even know what's going on. You don't get the catharsis of like clearing a level, getting the results. So if this was something they actually added in this version, then that's good. Let's go. I think this playthrough should be able to be fairly quick if it's easy and we kind of don't have to restart. I mean, I'll take a death here and there because I'm sloppy and I'm playing carelessly. But I don't expect us to really be stuck very much, which is fine. Like, I just kind of want to see what it's like. And so far, like, when it is this, like, friction-free, you just kind of smoothly go through it.
I've got you, Alec.
Good.
It's a good
MI6 won't be able to reach us down here,
casual,
but we'll be able to contact
relaxed gaming experience.
Channels on the
Again,
frequency
you know, not mind-blowing visuals, but the fact that it's like
it should be
fully
enough,
smooth
so long
frame
as
rate
Yuromov hasn't spotted us.
does so much to make this like feel good, feel sort of
I'll get the
immersive.
weapons cache.
But yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, kind of like the N64 game too.
Last one out buys the first route.
The
You're on.
this opening like Archangelsk section is what, I forget if it's 3 or 4 levels. And it's literally the pre-credits opening scene in the film. Like, it's very short, but they kind of extend it. And the way that it's extended, I mean, even in the N64 game, the levels are short, so it's not that like drawn out. But here you end up having more,
Security seems light so
you know, hallway sneaking. And I mean, we go from these concrete facility environs to these like dank, whatever this is, to like sewers and
I'm going dark, James. Radio silence.
air ducts.
Good luck.
That was one thing I was pretty impressed with in Bloodstone, where like, oh, you can't look down more than this. That's weird. Cinematic toilet assault. I pressed L2. Not well enough, I guess. Okay. That's weird. Wait, what is the L2 button even doing? Bro, I was just curious if it's like, because that's the second like QTE-esque prompt to press L2, and it catches me off guard because it's not a button I use. Huh. I want to say these mirrors are actually like functional mirrors in the Wii version, because there is a and I remember that because there's a shot in the James Bond trailer that I edited together 3 years ago, where Daniel Craig like runs up to this mirror and you see his stoic face with the gun pointing, and that must have been from the Wii version. It's not super surprising. Like, mirrors is always something that's quite heavy and difficult to do in terms of rendering. But it's funny if that is indeed a graphical feature that the Wii version has over this one. But I mean, ultimately, you know, a mirror kind of means you have to render stuff twice. And if the graphics you are rendering are more fanciful, then the doubling of rendering required, you know, the demands grow exponentially. What are we doing? Using air ventilation. Well, whatever. Okay, just go to the dot. I guess that's what we're doing. Oh, I kind of remember this room.
Yeah, I can't believe we lost the game.
Pitch black.
Yes.
Thought it feels pretty good. Well, when enemies die anyway. Trying to hold square for AK-47. There we go. One back. This is why I remember this room, because I remember being confused about what route I should take, leaving myself open and getting flanked and just dying. That was the experience I had in the Wii version. We were, of course, playing on Agent difficulty. We're playing on novice, whatever it's called, the easier difficulty here, so we get a lot more leeway. The sort of lock to target is like extremely aggressive. Oops. But it works well still. Like, you kind of have to be already aiming in at least the vague general direction of it, you know, of an enemy for it to lock on. So if you are, if you don't know where the enemy is, you don't know where to look, you don't necessarily get like locked onto the enemy fully for free. Oh, there's a part here, I think, where you like... Oh, there's a guy in here. That's fine. We have to, like, photograph or smartphone something in these rooms, but I guess it won't matter. But I think it's either this level or the next where, we wander around the sewers. We have to find like the machinery to photograph. Oh, right, camera. Whoops. I guess the camera was making that noise. That's the thing, like the level design and the not just the kind of the geography of the levels, but also the nature of the mission and what we're doing, like they're not like, nothing about it is kind of interesting enough to justify spending extra time in the levels exploring or like doing like even the actual objectives and stuff you have to do. Oh, I see. So that's what this is. Interesting. That's a new thing that was not in the Wii game. For like Resident Evil tokens. That's actually, see, that's an interesting addition, because it means that there's like something interesting to find or do. Because I was just about to say, like, the mission objectives they're not interesting really, so removing them and, you know, playing on the easier difficulty, allowing for more of a, you know, just run through levels guns blazing, finishing them quicker, like, I think it makes for a more fun experience, because the stuff you're kind of stuck doing otherwise isn't really, they don't add to the experience. They could, like, hypothetically, you could have all kinds of interesting things to do, and I'm sure that's something First Light will really deliver on. But as far as how it plays out in not just this game, but most of the Bond games, I think sort of trimming that fat doesn't really make for a worse game. Morrowind sound effects. Probably fairly generic stock sound design. I kind of remember this.
James, you need to take the lower bridge to reach Master Engineering.
Engineer or something. Like, I cannot believe we get these, like, we're in this room with echoey rushing water, and fucking Trevelyan is whispering something, sweet nothings over the radio. I'm supposed to, like, receive that information and do something with it. I mean, I don't know if it's literal stock sound effects, but it, you know, wouldn't be the first or last time. Can we push him over the railing? Hell yeah. That's fine. He'll fade out of existence before he drowns, so he'll be fine. I remember dying here too, because I was like, I wasn't sure which enemies to approach and from where, and it kind of triggered some kind of... So if I shoot this red barrel, are they going to instantly turn around towards me? Let's find out. Well, I guess not. Oh, these guys are, though. Supposed to, like, go up here and do something. Maybe there's a Janus emblem to shoot, but I don't give a crap. Yeah, that guy's very subdued. He's subdued at the bottom of that river. Yeah, again, this game looks good, and it's auto aim snap. Like, it feels really smooth. Like, it's just like highly unremarkable in a lot of ways, but like, that's the thing. Quantum of Solace and Bloodstone were both 30 FPS on 360, and were they better looking games than this? Maybe, arguably. But what makes this feel like somewhat unexciting has very little to do with the graphical fidelity. It's just like the environments and the missions are kind of unexciting. Like, it has a quite generic feel to it. First Bloodstone did a pretty good job, I think, of even giving mundane locations a very striking look. But again, like, I wouldn't say that the upper hand that game was much to do with technical fidelity so much as art direction and general sort of execution. Okay, you can... Alright, so even just the lock-on happens, but if that's also like in fully slow motion, I guess that's what's going on. Oh! I just wanted to get to the item box.
Don't even breathe. Punch in the security codes. Override the lockdown. Punch in the codes.
Are you going to kill me?
No.
No.
Alec, we're clear.
That was for something, I guess. AS15 MK12 plus silencer. Sure, I'll take one of those. Okay, so now we go back here. Well, I can vault. It does feel nice, like just vaguely recalling some of the environments. Fully scoped. I was gonna say, I guess he can't see me through this staircase, but I guess he literally just did. That's fine. We got him. Did I keep the... What did I have? The silencer disappeared. Can I activate this? No. But I had... Did I literally have an MP5 and then also a separate silenced MP5 and I dropped the silenced one? Guess that's what happened. Man, it's kind of annoying. The game tells me that there's a shortcut. I can double tap triangle. So triangle is the swap weapons button. And if I double tap it, I'll swap directly to the pistol. I guess this isn't where I was going. Funny, I remember being confused about this in the other version too. We're going here. But instead of the triangle button toggling between, so you can have two primary weapons and your sidearm. But instead of the triangle button swapping between your two primaries, it cycles through all three weapons. So if I press triangle now, I won't go back to the other one, I go to this. But if I double tap triangle here, it brings me directly to this gun. And then double... It's such a strange voice. I don't really understand it. No, there's no weapon wheel. You holding it does nothing. I mean, there wouldn't be a reason for it with just 2 or 3 weapons. But again, like... having the double tap to switch to the pistol, I think, is a great idea. But, because the regular button press will always cycle, means I can't keep track. So you have like 3 weapon slots, but the slots themselves are never like visualized. So it's impossible for me to know if this is weapon 1, 2, or 3 in the queue, or even let's say that the P99 is always in slot 1, so to speak. Given that I sort of swap between weapons I can't reasonably know if I'm currently holding gun number 2 or 3. And because it will cycle through all 3, I have to basically press the button and visually confirm whether the next button in the cycle, or the next gun in the cycle, is the pistol or my other primary. Which kind of makes the whole setup sort of redundant in a way. I mean, it doesn't hurt at all to be able to instantly switch to the pistol. Like, that's a welcome feature. And this gun sucks. But I will frequently just like end up with the pistol anyway, like just in the natural sequence of cycling through guns. I guess that's him supposedly sniping and helping out. It's not really doing much, but I'm surviving anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, it's just like, it's a peculiar design choice for sure. Oh, there's not much incentive to like explore. All right, we're getting detoxified. Take out the camera up, so no one will know we're here. I guess you could probably get inside here stealthily or something. I don't know. I do remember that being a bit of an annoyance where there's like environmental hazards, but the auto aim will always prioritize the enemies. So it's like kind of hard to aim for the barrels and fire extinguishers and whatever. I mean, I think no matter how you cut it, like it doesn't, the way it's set up doesn't really fully make sense. Keep in mind that this is a subsequent release of a game that came out a year prior. So it's not like they're like, oops, we forgot to do this correctly. Like, it's clearly a deliberate choice. I don't really remember what the alert mechanics were like in this game. I remember being quite fond of how it all worked out in Bloodstone, because in that game, whenever you fucked up stealth, it was just like, oh, here's 2 more enemies, and it was like a fun shootout, so it was like not a big deal. But I don't really remember. I do not really remember if it was the same in this game. Up base hole. I'll do some double hydration just for you. You can use your smartphone to hack. So this is like the this is what gadgets were like in the Daniel Craig era. Because he didn't have fanciful gadgets in the films, we couldn't get Q to give you a, you know, suction cup modem that you toss across the screen to download shit like in the N64 game. We have to hack with our smartphone. That's how it goes. That's right, you get this little phone thing in the UI to let you know that it's like you're in a smartphone area or whatever, and then you have to like actually identify the thing that you have to use it on, I think. I'm supposed to hack something down here to help him out. Oh, there we go. That guy's, he's gonna do an action. No? Okay, I was gonna say, is he gonna do like an action Indiana Jones roll to get out there? I guess it was too late. Well, that's what he gets for being too cool to leave the room when an elaborate deadly alarm flashing. Okay, now this door's open. We rendezvous down here. Guess not. Oh, maybe we do.
We're clear. I'll meet you at the fuel tanks.
Okay, sweet time. Well, even though we're kind of rushing through here, you know, it's still like 20 minutes of sewers and facility hallways and moderate levels of excitement. I feel like this could have been, much like in the film, like you know, a cool 5-minute sequence. But instead, it's like those 5 minutes are divvied up with 15 minutes of duct crawling
Set the charges. I'll keep
and
us
the
covered.
hallway sneaking and smartphone hacking. Of course, he has to put on a show behind this window so we can't interfere any of this beautifully staged stealth takedown animations. We are playing on the lowest difficulty to keep things nice and smooth because we have played through the Wii version previously. This looks pretty nice. Like, having a bit of color does so much. But it's interesting that there is a lot of... Oh, that's right, we have to do this. There's a lot of kind of potential for stealth, but not so much like you know, you have to do it this way or it's a game over kind of thing. It's pretty lenient. Like shit like that is so stupid though. That's kind of what I was talking about before with the when I was hiding to take out those guys by the red barrel, where it's like, imagine your station to guard whatever. I shoot through this. Well, I'm also dying. And like you're standing there minding your own business, and like right above you or like over to your right, there's a surveillance camera, and it just like fizzes out to go like, oh, there's a guy over there, let me shoot him immediately. Like the fact that there's no like there's no period of uncertainty or confusion. Like the enemies just go from being unaware of your existence to knowing exactly where you are and in the process of firing their guns at you, where there's seemingly no transitional states in between. That is always like so annoying. Like it's so like it just doesn't make any logical sense. So it just feels unsatisfying and unintuitive. And it's not necessarily a matter of oh, it's difficult or it's challenging. Like it's you know, it's kind of like in general when you talk about enemy AI and stealth, where it's like you want enemies to be incredibly stupid. You don't want them to behave in any way realistically, because that essentially means that they would be acting unpredictably, and you need stuff to be like highly predictable for you to you know, figure out patterns and develop like strategies or ideas for what you want to try to do. So you want stuff to be, I guess I can do it from here. You want to be able to assess a situation and kind of go, oh, I want to do this. And it's fine if it doesn't work out, but being able to kind of adapt and like make sense of the situation and, you know, kind of do stuff. And I mean, of course you can learn that, oh, this is just the way stuff works.
Alec, are you there?
If I'm spotted, they will know exactly where I am, and the enemies have this sort of hive mind, and one guy can spot me and the other will find me. But it typically doesn't, you know, just because you understand how it works doesn't in itself make it and And I mean, I'm sure it's challenging to design stuff that sort of hits that note of being
Come out.
predictable and readable and
Throw
parsable,
down your weapon. Now that you leave.
and also like
Don't do
fun
it,
to
James.
play around with.
Don't
But
listen to him.
I think kind of
Shut up.
Hold your
maybe
fire,
surprising
don't
isn't
kill
the
all
right
of us.
word, but it's like
You
remarkably
have 10
frequent with that exact kind of thing, where people
10.
like the concept of spotting someone or understanding that something's amiss
7.
to just like knowing exactly
6,
where you are and sniping you.
5.
It instantly
Finish
feels
the job,
terrible.
James. Blow him to hell. 4. 3. 2.
But this is like actually a little bit closer to the film than the N64 game, but
You let your friend die.
the next part coming up is kind
Now
of
it's your turn.
different from both of them, I guess. Alright, I've got a Wilhelm scream. Good job. That to the airstrip. There we go. We got one little Giannis mask. I'm enjoying this as like a... Having played through the campaign already, so I feel zero pressure to care about the narrative. I'm just like coasting through. It's enjoyable enough. But even then, like some of the little objective stuff we have to do is like, ugh, like kind of tedious. Or it doesn't add anything anyway. And that's not to say that they should have removed that stuff, but like maybe it could have been done in a more interesting way. But I mean, calling this blah is not exactly unfair either. It's very generic. It doesn't really, like, at its best, it's like adequate and smooth and like non-abrasive, but it rarely rises too far above that, I think. And I mean, you could argue that going through this essentially a second time, there's some degree of novelty that may have been there the first time that is there, that isn't there now. But yeah, it's like very okay, but eh. But yeah, the levels just feel long. 25 minutes is pretty long, and sure, a few of those minutes I'm sure is me stopping to talk about stuff, but there wasn't like 25 minutes of interesting stuff happening exactly, you know?
I need extraction now.
So then we're in like full war zone.
I haven't got 9 minutes. Find me a way out.
Like, are you supposed to be able to hear any of this? It's kind of ridiculous. Like this spectacle is cool, but it's also like a little ridiculous. But again, like, it would have been sick if we got to this level of spectacle. And I mean, this is actually more reminiscent almost of the opening to Tomorrow Never Dies. But like, imagine how cool this would have been if we weren't, you know, trudging through sewer tunnels and air ducts for 40 minutes leading up to this. If this was the punctuation of like one 5-minute level, and this was the exciting climax, I feel like it could have worked so much better. I want to say you can... Okay, I guess this is... Can we even do this? I'm curious. Yeah, so this is like... We don't even get... Like, the game doesn't even tell us that this is a thing that we can do. Because on this difficulty level, we can just ignore it, I guess. Yeah, see, it doesn't even tell us that that's a thing we can do optional. But it sounded like, from the menu description, that even on the higher difficulties, on every other difficulty, let's not hide behind those, or maybe these. Like in the Wii game, the additional objectives were all mandatory, and it seems like in this version, every additional objective is optional on every difficulty level, and on this easiest difficulty level, they don't even exist. A little strange. why I can't hit shit, but try to get some health back and we should be fine. Oh, we can go through there, but I guess we can... Like, everything just feels a little dragged out. Like, I understand
Head north at the next courtyard, Bond.
you don't want to make a 2-hour game, but... Oh, okay. Slow down there. But if they're going to make a 12-hour game, it's, you know, they'd better put
Get down the stairs and then head north.
12 hours of interesting stuff in it instead of having 2 hours of stuff and make a 12-hour game out of it. What is this level? This is our making our daring escape from our stealth infiltration mission. I can't bolt. I think Tanner or whoever was like telling us about, well, doesn't look like we can find much here. We have the little map there, which is helpful, but I mean, I guess that's the thing too. We have like this map which you can sort of kind of rely on, but you kind of like wouldn't necessarily want to. Big old tankers, bulletproof, I guess. Am I going up there? But being in this like full-on war zone also like kind of feels a little strange. Bond. Like this straight up does feel more like Call of Duty. I guess we're going up. Yeah. Makes the Trevelyan part seem inconsequential. Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty disconnected, doesn't it? Granted, it's not helped by the fact that we... do I keep the weapon I had up? Okay, yeah. When you pick up a weapon, you drop the weapon you don't have on screen. Good to know, I guess. Like, there's spectacle here, but it's also so sort of generic in a way that it doesn't feel like a cool, like, oh shit, I can't believe this is happening. It's like, alright, okay. What am I doing? Oh, I guess maybe there's an optional thing up here. It doesn't matter. That too, like, the levels have a lot of sort of... allowing you to just like wander off into these side rooms that have nothing in them. I mean, maybe there was a Giannis emblem there that we missed, but I don't know exactly what I'm... Oh, well, okay. There we go. I was gonna say, I'm not sure what I'm shooting at. These guys, I guess. This is cool. That's the thing, like, this was an appropriately short level. But it's like, with all the sewer crawling, I was like kind of checked out already. I kind of forgot that this was a thing. Like, I guess we had to like press L2 to do the toilet takedown or whatever. Because L2 and R2 is just like...
On to MI6.
The waggle QTE equivalents in this port.
Is dead.
I'm sorry, James.
Save it. You need the risks.
What about Ordomov?
Unclear.
I want you to come back to London, Bond.
No. That helicopter.
You've been blown off the motorcycle immediately if you're behind the plane like that. I mean, maybe you would have.
Specially modified, EMP hardened.
James Bond, you know, that's a different story.
Connections. We need to know. Who needs a helicopter that can survive an EMP blast?
Oh yeah, I think... Did we go to the weird weapons expo? Like, they changed the plot in this version in all these weird ways for no obvious reasons. James Bond would have been blown off the motorcycle immediately if I was behind the plane like that. Fair enough. Fair enough. You are the expert. I will concede. It's so strange. Like, it's perfectly understandable, even though it makes it really weird. It is understandable that they don't have like the actor likenesses and everything, but it's so strange because it's like, because it's Daniel Craig, they have to like transplant the story to some kind of vague present day instead of being in the 90s. It would have been so much cooler if it was like a 90s period piece. I said the same thing when we played the Wii version, but because the movie plot maybe not centers around, but it certainly features some like mid-90s computer hacking, you know, elements to it. That stuff is sort of not present, or at least not in the same way. But not only do they change the way the characters look because they can't use the likenesses of the previous actors, like they change the costumes, which, you know, maybe it's to like it simultaneously feels so, it's so like schizophrenic because the game is like going out of its way to make things different from the film and from the N64 game in all these like superficial and meaningless ways, but it still like stands out because it's like so clearly deliberately different. But at the same time, the game owes its entire existence to the N64 game. So it's like the whole purpose is to recreate something familiar. And, you know, even if the N64 game wasn't a factor, GoldenEye is still a popular, well-remembered movie. It's a baffling idea to think of a game that adapts a film that's like 15 years old and none of the characters look the same as they do in the film. They have different voices. Some of the key characters, like Boris, is not in this version at all. All of the locations are different. The flow of the plot has been changed. It's like, it's so bizarre. So like they to like tie together certain plot threads, they have these things like that just, so the whole like gun expo whatever, it's like a complete pure invention. But even the idea of like the helicopters and the EMP stuff, like the sequence of events and how it plays out and what they learn about the plan
large cash transfers that trace back to
of the villains and the use of the GoldenEye stuff, like even that like doesn't play out the same.
Moreover, he made a phone call last night to a Russian gangster named Zhukovsky, looking for an EMP-hardened helicopter. The Russian operates out of a nightclub in Barcelona. The local police have a mole inside, a Sergeant Garcia, who can make the introduction. Zhukovsky's only known physical characteristic is a terrible scar across his right cheek.
This Zhukovsky. First name Valentine?
How do you know?
I gave him the scar.
So no Robert Coltrane in this version. Instead, we'll get whatever the fuck this is. All right, so the nightclub level is first, I guess. And this, like, yeah. This Barcelona nightclub is not in the film at all. Also, spoiler alert, Zhukovsky's not going to make it through this level alive, which is a very weird change considering he is in subsequent films after GoldenEye. Alright, we got the tuxedo. Yeah, I gave him a limp in the... See, like, that's a perfect example. It's like they try to find any... Whenever there's like a specific tangible detail, they make sure to change it just so that it's different. So anything that you could point at in this game and be like, oh, remember this? And it's like, no, I don't. Because you changed it. And like, to make your whole game like that when the whole purpose of it is to be kind of, you know, remember this? It's...
I'm sorry, senor,
very confusing.
We do not have any tickets available for this evening.
Yeah, but what about that man? He just walked in.
Senor, please, there are no...
So yeah, the whole like walking around adventure mechanic, which I love seeing in these games, to kind of spice things up. Even that is like very half-baked in this one. But we have to scan a bunch of people with our phone to find our secret contact once we get into the club area.
I'm sorry, darling. I have to work late this evening. The new
Oh, I guess we're
class is
already doing
very
that.
demanding. No, my window is open. The bars across the square are very busy.
But this I'm curious. Oh. So already the frame rate's kind of tanking here. This scene is actually sick in the Wii version. I mean, this is like kind of impressive in its own way. But it's really cool the way they did it. They have these like 2D cutouts, like of silhouettes of people dancing. So you have these like really immense crowds of people dancing with these like billboarded 2D people. But it actually works really well. And I'm a little disappointed to not see it here. If they had done it that way here, I'm sure they could have maintained frame rate. But yeah, so basically, we gotta figure out who our contact is. But it's not like randomized or whatever, because of course it ties immediately into this like narrative cutscene, etc. So I think we should just be able to go to where we need to go and find them. Oh, that's right.
Excuse me. There's a one bottle minimum. Finest Russian quality. Only available in Moscow.
Not bad for a counterfeit. Perhaps you should tell your boss. The real label is a darker shade of blue.
Querida, we are waiting for our drinks.
It's been a real pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
So like this scene or this entire level, like it seems like it's kind of playing out to sort of take place of there's like a casino scene or whatever where Bond and Onatop first meet, which isn't in this game because like the whole flow and sequence of events of where she plays into the story and the theft of the helicopter and whatever, like the helicopter even being present in the Arkhangelsk mission like makes no sense because that's not connected to. It's like they have the multiple helicopters in this version, even though that's not like how it plays out in the actual film's plot. It's so confusing. It's like they have these superficially connected elements, but everything is different. Obviously, our contact's going to be a hot babe, but I can't remember where exactly she is, and hard to see exactly who's. Did I get a match? Green. Oh, maybe I was close enough. And I can't even really see who I'm actually locking onto when I'm doing this. It's clearly just standing there to block. Off the bar. I remember it being like over here somewhere. Frame rate. No, I don't even know. I mean, I guess they could have made it different in this version. We'll see. I wasn't sure if it was something where you have to scan a number of people and then it'll, like, she will spawn once you've scanned a bunch of incorrect people. But I don't think, because we had to, like, replay this level, I think. Or yeah, that's right. We had to replay this level because I failed the objective of finding the stuff in Zukovsky's office. And then knowing where she was, we could skip directly to her. Maybe it works different in this version. I feel like this game would replace a tie with a nerd named Timmy as your sidekick. Yeah, but she's like also not like.
Sergeant Garcia?
Sígueme, Mr. Bond.
She's like kind of barely in the game, I want to say. And it's kind of a weird thing too, where they kind of make a thing out of her being with Bond when she's not in the film or something like. Or like she gets kidnapped in a sequence, so just so she can be kind of removed from the game for a while, but then she just like shows back up at the ending, even though she's not there in the film. Or like I forget exactly how it works out, but it's something like that where her presence or like whether she's along with Bond in current or in certain spots of the story it's changed kind of arbitrarily for no obvious reason. he giving me a pat down? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, it'd be weird if he does that and then I still have my gun.
Oh, darling, I swear I could never look at another woman. Tell me, Mr. Bond, give me one reason I shouldn't press this button and bring my men up here to use that tuxedo for target practice.
You could, but why waste bullets when you've got an EMP weapon?
Wait here.
Such a like lame design.
Follow me.
Like Robert Coltrane wasn't cool enough. We gotta make him super fucking edgy.
The girls have ears these days. To what do I owe this unpleasant visit?
Your phone call from Automov last night. What does the Janus group want with an EMP-hardened helicopter?
Do you expect me to just turn the other cheek?
I could always provide you with a matching set.
Come in, my dear.
Was this supposed to be in the office?
Thing I told the general.
What does he mean, come in? You're just standing in a fucking hallway. And she was in the same room. But also, yeah, he just gets shot and killed.
He did it. He killed Zukovsky.
He did it. Like, whole thing is so stupid. Like the idea of like fully divorced from the plot and the like connection to the film as a set piece, like having this big shootout in this club with the music kind of pounding in the background, like that's just aesthetically, conceptually a cool idea. I mean, that's kind of what that big scene in John Wick is, sort of, right? And there's gonna be this section coming up where we have this like super strange audio mixing situation. Oh yeah, we're supposed to like find information in his office, but whatever, who gives a shit? Not on easy mode. But it's like you have to be reminded that like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be GoldenEye. Remember this being a little bit of a difficulty spike. The other versions last medium difficulty. So you get these kind of monster closets of sorts. Bar. Luckily, easy mode, pretty chill. Do a bunch of melee attacks. Can't see shit, but that's fine. At least the radar helps. I'm injured. Okay, sorry to hear that, buddy. But I've got bigger fish to fry. Got security gates crashing down. A little bit late, but fair enough. Breach. Oh, I guess I didn't hit him. I guess you shouldn't bother with the aim down sight for breaching. Highly sophisticated bathroom action here. Two fancy water effects. I can't see anything. Fine. One red dot over there somewhere. Well, whatever. I don't care. I just like flinched there because I was like, oh, kind of want to look for those Janus stickers to shoot. That's legitimately like the most exciting addition to this version of the game. Like these little pointless secret things you can find and shoot. But I mean, finding those things and shooting them is like more fun and interesting than most of what else is going on in this game. I mean, you could certainly say that I'm not being extremely fair to the game when I'm kind of electing to extract a lot of the challenge out of it. And by having more challenge, you would, on some level at least, certainly have something that's a little bit more engaging or compelling. But I'm enjoying this. I don't think it's like. Okay. Okay. I may have a very dismissive sounding attitude, but that's also, I guess, because we're kind of redoing this a second time. I'm still enjoying myself. Like attempts at like leveled. Where am I being shot at from?
I think it is fair play. They started. They extracted the challenge out of reimagining this movie by avoiding all of the original content.
Fair enough. I don't think I have a counter argument. Can I vault over this? Too many utensils. All right. Yeah, I remember this being slightly more exciting where you're like kind of pinned down and you want to... You know, with the... I want to shoot that, but whatever. When you have the waggle control, there's a bit more, I think, of like doing some leaning...
The police are surrounding the building. Get out of there now.
Around corners and stuff, like being pinned down and kind of taking cover and shooting. Like that part was a little bit more... Like under the right circumstances, it could actually be quite cool and exciting. And I guess we're sort of losing a little bit of that. Maybe partially to the control scheme, partially because of the way I'm choosing to play. But it's still not an indictment exactly, but it's not like, you know, glowing praise to have this feeling of like, well, you could conceivably find a scenario in which stuff manages to almost by accident be exciting, but like that's not how you would necessarily expect things to play out. Yeah, so now we're in the weird section where all the audio is going to get drowned out when we just hear this music. This is like strangely artistic kind of thing, and it's also like everything else, a little bit strangely drawn out. Like really see where I'm being shot at from, so rely on the auto aim lock on. It is a little bit strange because I'm not exactly sure what the idea is, like what they're trying to convey with this. Taking cover behind a pane of glass seems a little bit ill-advised, but standing right in front of me and I still fucking can't see where they are. Thought I was shooting at something explosive. I don't know. Standing right in front of me and I can see them marked on the map and I still struggle to... Oh, these are like bases. Huh? Do I go up there? Like, it doesn't really make sense from a diegetic point of view that this music would be drowning out like gunfire. But also, wherever this music's coming from, surely the gun's gonna be closer to me. But it also, you know, especially because we went from this like bumping club music to this like serene lounge whatever. Like clearly they're going for something. Who's fucking in the cart? Okay. But it's a little puzzling. Sadness for the death of Zukovsky. I mean, he didn't seem like the kind of person we should miss, you know? Oh, luckily another motorbike just sitting there. Airplane to get blown away from. Oh, I guess it's our bike. Or we took the key from someone. Oh, there we go. Alright, so I think we're done in Barcelona. I think it's just that one mission. And maybe now we go to the weapons convention. I think that's also like a one-off mission. Well, let me update the spreadsheet here for bond quotient. Driving other. We've been driving motorcycles twice. No Yana stickers, but we're speed running this. That's why.
Begin secure transmission. We've identified the woman who murdered Zukovsky as Xenia Onatop. She's ex-Russian military, assigned to General Orumov during the Russian invasion of Georgia. The two of them entered Dubai last night on false passports, presumably to attend the annual military arms fair, featuring a demonstration of a brand new EMP-hardened helicopter. Your mission is to make sure that helicopter doesn't fall into Arumov's hands.
But this, again, is so confusing because, like, we determined in the opening level that they had one of these helicopters there. But now we still have to prevent them from stealing one. Which obviously this is like the whole boat thing in the film.
Orumov is worth more to us alive than
which is like also changed kind of weirdly in the N64 game, but still. Like I think even in this game, in the film, the Arkhangelsk stuff is like a flashback essentially to set up the relationship between Bond and Trevelyan. It doesn't really like Omarov is there, or Orumov, or whatever his name is. But in this game, there's like a big gap of time. It's like multiple years. It's like 9 years or something in between that mission and the events of the main plot. But in this game, it's like we go there. It's like, oh, they have a EMP stealth helicopter. That's weird. And then Trevelyan dies, and then we just like continue from there.
Please, sir.
And then also like, oh, we have to prevent them from stealing this helicopter that they already have.
Yes, he's right here. Yes, sir. Mr. Briggs is waiting for you at the top of the stairs, sir. Have a good evening.
And so they invent this entire scenario where we have to meet up with this brand new invented character. Which I guess is because like in the film, Bond goes to Russia, right? And what's his name? America Man is his like liaison there or whatever, and helps him like get a car or whatever. And he has a funny broad accent. So it's like, well, we gotta have an American with a broad accent, so let's make up this arms dealer, you know, used car salesman character for Bond to interact with. It has like fuck all to do with anything in GoldenEye.
Bond, James Bond, Sky Briggs, head of security. Let's take a hike.
That's like my best guess as to why this exists.
Now I know your boss is worried about them Ruskies waltzing off with that EMP hardened chopper, but I gotta tell you, no how, no way. My boys here are doing a hell of a job. You'd have to be insane to pull off a heist here with all this firepower.
Oh, firepower.
If it moves, we'll kill it. By the
I'll
way,
show
see
you
anything
firepower.
like, I can probably swing a professional discount.
Getting uncomfortably close up in my
Anyways,
personal space, I
introduce you
think.
to the pilots. They used to work for Blackwater, flying Cobras between Kandahar and Kabul. That chopper could not be in safer hands.
Oh, I wonder if he's gonna get immediately killed.
Incoming.
Oh shit. All right, here we go. Objective completed. Hey, helicopter pilots. And then they just have this entire army of terrorists or whatever. Again, like divorced from GoldenEye and everything else, like these are all fine concepts for James Bond action game levels. But I find myself like trying to reconcile what's happening here with like the actual film's plot or even the N64 game's plot. So you're sort of not forced, I suppose, but it's hard not to take every plot element and go like, hang on, what's this supposed to be? Like, what's this referencing? I got some sort of instruction there for hacking drone guns. Can't walk onto this area. Okay. Well, no, can I get a gun, please? Also, these guys, I guess, are all like Cowboy Man's security. So, what? Forget about hacking shit. Like, hack the door. The objective is pointing me here. Maybe I can clear out the crowd a little bit to figure out what's going on. Oh, that looks like a drone gun. Guess not. At least it's not controlled from here. The turn speed is drastically decreased when you're in phone mode. Oh, there we go. Is there a big gap in the... No, it's just a reflection. It looked like there was a weird gap in the wall there. Yeah, I mean, I think the game's fine. So is the Wii version. But without the context of a project like this, I would sure not be particularly excited to play through it. And it's not like, you know, oh man, you quit out of it. I mean, granted, much like the N64 games, I think the opening levels are kind of the most boring ones, or at least Facility. So, you know, on some level, you could argue that it, quote-unquote, gets better. But, you know, not by that much. I guess I ran past. No, they're on the lower floor. Nice. It's, like, pretty generic. There are certainly similar games in the oeuvre of Bond shooters that are significantly more boring or tedious or annoying or uninteresting than this. Games that are less adequate. But I would certainly not recommend anyone go out of their way to play this. I think the kind of... Well,
Vessel is now under our control. Alpha Team, what is your status? Over. Alpha Team? Come in, Alpha Team.
The balance... Oh yeah, we're supposed to like hack something in here. I remember in the other version. The balance of like, I don't know, interesting, noteworthy stuff and just like perfunctory shooting your way through hallways. It's not the worst. I think Rogue Agent is by far the worst in that regard, because it has like a laser pointer, not a laser sight. I have a laser pointer on this one. Nice. Like the very end of GoldenEye Rogue Agent is actually kind of neat with how it plays out, the actual final showdown with the villain's speech and everything. The Dr. No boss fight is actually kind of fun. But that's like 15 minutes at the end of, I don't know, 5 to 8 hours of pure painful slog. And this one is not close to that bad. But again, you know, it's not not ever all that interesting either. Like, I think the art direction is nothing to write home about. Like, basically aesthetically, every change made to like character designs or locations or whatever kind of feels like it's only serving to make the experience feel more generic. You know, it's like, I don't know, something like Shinobi Art of Vengeance is something I was thinking about recently. I was talking to some people about it and having to watch an interesting video about it, but like, as an example of a game where it's like, oh, we're trying to reinvent things. We're doing a Shinobi game like you've never seen it before. And the way we're modernizing and mixing things up and making things fresh is by applying the template of every other modern 2D action platformer game so that it's like one of every other game that's coming out now instead of being anything distinctive at all. And that's kind of the vibe I get from this a little bit, right? Where, you know, on some level it's like inspired by the film or the N64 game, but the, you know, the soundtrack, the film score and the game soundtrack, which was like replicating the feel of that score super duper well, which was like super distinctive. Nope, we're not gonna have any music like that. We're not gonna have character designs or fashions or like even the aesthetics of the locations plural, like nothing's gonna be visually recognizable. It's gonna just be like a, you know, 2011 Call of Duty sort of thing. You know, the shooting mechanics, the weapon, like GoldenEye when it first came out wasn't exactly following the template of first-person shooters. It was very much not doing that in a lot of different ways. And really very little of what that game did was stuff that ever became commonplace. It's like about as idiosyncratic now as it was then. I mean, anything more so, of course, but that goes for many old games. And aside from like broadly following a similar plot, the game, you know, this diverges a lot from the film and from the N64 games in terms of plot, but it's not like it's, you know, any similarities are super, like really superficial, because it doesn't control like GoldenEye. The level designs and the objectives, you know, aren't like the N64 games either. So like, what was kind of the point? Like, you're borrowing the name, sure, but there's no like tangible identity mechanically or aesthetically, arguably narratively, of GoldenEye that's retained here, which you would think was the whole point, and it makes for such a weird thing. All right, so I'm supposed to hack something. Let's see if we can figure out how close do I need to. Oh, it's on the other side. I reckon guys are probably going to keep spawning. GoldenEye had headshots. Yeah, I mean, it's not 100% an evolutionary dead end, but it didn't, I mean, if you look at this game, it would be kind of preposterous to say that, oh yeah, this game, it borrows from GoldenEye because you can shoot enemies in different body parts and they react accordingly. Like, that's one of relatively rare things that GoldenEye did. Not necessarily first. I would say certainly Turok had stuff like that, and there must have been other... By 97, I feel like there must have been something like... I don't remember when the first Rainbow Six game came out, but in any case... you could make the argument that it sort of popularized that thing. I wouldn't argue against that. But it's not something that is so specifically associated with GoldenEye that having that in your game would, in anyone's mind, sort of invoke the idea of GoldenEye. It's just like what you would expect. In a game. Is that a bad guy? I don't think so. In any game that has like a sort of realistic setting. Is he alright?
God bless you, sir. They were going to kill us.
Wait here.
It seems fine, but if I bought this expecting GoldenEye, I'd be annoyed. I mean, honestly, I think if they did go, like, the funny thing is, really, if they did go out of their way to mimic what GoldenEye does more in terms of mechanics or mission structure and stuff,
As soon as we get word, we fall back and...
I think a lot of people would be surprised at how much they, like, would be annoyed with it. But it's not even, you know, it's not a... Like, I like emptied a clip into my lower back and I barely noticed. Attempting to do something that sort of more at all, I guess, replicates more recognizable concepts from GoldenEye certainly would have made for something more interesting. I was gonna say, surely I don't have to hack this panel to activate the lift. Alright, we got the fucking Katamari Damashi alert. That's pretty good. I vault over this? Oh, I can actually. Trying to... Guys, I just want to ride this elevator, okay? Plant your smartphone on the prototype helicopter. I'm just like expecting it to take off here so I can track it. Is that it? Objective failed. Okay. Interesting. I got a list of all the Bond games and what I ranked them. I haven't... Well, there's the spreadsheet, which you can access by typing !007. The tier list is an ever-evolving thing that's kind of kept separate. I posted my tier list updates on my Discord. You can find them there. I guess it would be a relatively straightforward thing to just add the tier list rating for every game into the spreadsheet. It's not something I bother doing, but I can probably do that. But we'll do like, there's gonna be a big thing at the end when we're done with everything, probably early next year sometime. Because we're kind of analyzing and rating these games on multiple axes, multiple criteria. Ingvar's with the link. But it would probably be helpful to put it in the spreadsheet, not only to have easier access to it, but the tier list itself, if you look at it, I think it's like, if you don't exactly know which game is which, it's probably a little ambiguous. So it would probably be helpful to have it on there. So I guess I was like too slow. I assumed that the okay, just fewer guys here now for some reason. Oh no, never mind. They weren't fewer at all. So I'm supposed to... Okay, is it like, do I... Oh, okay, I was supposed to walk up there. Okay. I was like, I can't, like, equip it to throw it or anything. I just have to walk 2 steps forward. That's right, there's this whole escape sequence I forgot about. This is, like, pretty cool, I remember. But yeah, the pacing of the missions just like kind of feels a little all over the place. Like several of the levels have these like sort of pieces of exciting spectacle, but they've somehow managed to assemble them in a way that doesn't really like come together, be as exciting as it probably should be. It's sort of like less than the sum of its parts. Remember this from GoldenEye? All right, here we go. Well, we're making smooth progress. I'm going to return to menu here. Unsaved progress. I hate this prompt. It's always like... I understand that this is like a technical requirement from platform holders to have this kind of message, but it's so annoying because obviously you couldn't possibly lose progress by quitting at this particular instance. But by just asking this question and phrasing it this way, you immediately plant the seeds of uncertainty of like, wait, do I really want to quit? I guess maybe I need to start the next level and save and then quit. Like, it's so... And it happens so frequently. Especially with the game, the way modern games tend to work. Like, the actual risk of actually losing anything more than like 2 minutes is exceedingly rare. So... in effect, like 95% of the time, and that's a conservative estimate, that you see that kind of message, like it's essentially pointless. Or, you know, it's not, you couldn't possibly lose anything. It's such a strange kind of thing. I need to take a break. I've been going for, damn, 3 hours, 42 minutes. I should have taken a break a long time ago. But I wanted to hop back in the menu before I did, because I kind of wanted to see... get a refresher here. Right, so we made it this far. This does not strictly mean that we've completed half the game, because Mission 2 and 3 only have 1 level each. And these all have, like, multiple levels. Let's see here. So there's 2 levels here. We can't access this, of course. But this was 3 levels, I think. Yeah. I think the GoldenEye has 2 levels. St. Petersburg, I don't quite recall. I vaguely want to say that Nigeria, which is instead of Cuba in the film for whatever reason, is like 4 levels. So I would say we're probably a good third of the way through at least. I will take a break, and when I come back, we'll try to... I guess we'll try to at least finish Severnaya. And at that point, it seems perfectly plausible that we could complete the rest of the game in a second sitting. Maybe not if we do like a weeknight stream, but we'll see. Probably, it's not going to be mega extensive, multiple long streams to get through the campaign. However, once we finish the campaign, we are going to be taking a look at the MI6 Ops mode, which is a separate single-player mode that was added for this version of the game. Which is likely going to be a little more interesting, just on account of being new. But the way this campaign is structured, it might just be inherently more interesting because of the campaign not being super interesting. Let's see here. There's a weird thing when I do this capture where even if I remove or like disable the capture, it's gonna keep playing the audio. So I guess if I do this, surely this will work. If I just disable the capture. There we go. Yeah. It's a weird thing. It's like specifically with the PS3 component capture, I think. Well, that's not even necessarily true. Whatever. I'm going on a break. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. If I can find the right buttons here. Let's see. All right, I'm back. Let's see if we can get the game capture back on screen. Hope it works. Hey, there we go. So I just got owned. Turns out I went to the bathroom and waiting for me in my bathroom was a, by my standards anyway, big ass spider. And for those of you who are not familiar, I have fairly severe, if not very severe, arachnophobia. I cannot deal with spiders, and I'm now very upset because kind of the best I can hope for is that I can somehow forget that that fucking thing is in there, which I will not for a while. And the worst part is I will not forget, and I will go back in there. And, you know, I can't, like, just avoid... I can't not go to the bathroom. Either it's going to be sitting there in the same spot taunting me, or it's going to be in a slightly different spot taunting me, or arguably even worse, I'm going to go back in there and I'm not going to see it. And I'm going to go, fuck. And that train of thought is going to occupy my mind for quite some time. And it's very frustrating because there's just not much I can do about it, and it is kind of crippling to the point where the fact that it's in itself quite frustrating. It'll be fine, it'll pass one way or the other, but until such time, it's just like, you know, best I can do is distract myself with James Bond video gaming. So let's go to 7-9. Actually, hang on, let me go here just see. Okay, objectives complete. I was curious what it said when it said objectives completed. I was curious how it would just list it, but I guess that means the highest difficulty level we have cleared it on, I suppose. It doesn't really matter, I don't really care, but I was just curious. Make your way past the Russian forces guarding the scientific facility. So this, of course, is very different too. Because Bond kind of does go there, right? But he, like... Actually, he doesn't even really go there, does he? Because that's the facility that they, like, blow up, and... Natalia is, like, the sole survivor. But they pick up her on this, like, heat... you know, satellite vision, whatever. So the whole idea of this facility, like, it, you know, is an important part of the story, but Bond, I don't think, is ever there. Like, so the N64 game kind of does this too, right? Where it's like they make Bond go there to have you play in these levels at that location, which, fair enough. But here it's like multiple steps removed, because it's like the facility's purpose in the plot is also, like, I guess, sort of different, plays out in a different way. But again, it's like, I don't know, the plot is difficult to follow for multiple reasons. Part of it is the fact that it sort of vaguely overlaps with the plot of the N64 game and the film in different ways. So you get, like, confused trying to remember what the original plot was and how this story deviates from that. And then, of course, you have the typical, like, highly animated, distracting visual briefing sequences with no subtitles and this kind of droning dialogue in the background, so they're just hard to follow on their own. But who cares about the story? Let's go. Interestingly, I can just pick whatever difficulty. I don't have to clear the previous levels or anything. But we'll stick to operative. Resume the timer. Getting spotted will cause reinforcements to arrive. Mines can be stuck to players as well as surfaces. Speaking of, I have buttons dedicated to like throwable gadgets or weapons or something, but I have not perceived any of those at this point.
MI6 Tanner to Bond. 1 hour ago, Arumov's helicopter landed at a remote base in Siberia. The Russians claim it's a climate change observation facility with no military purpose. But 25 minutes ago, someone sent out a distress signal using military channels. The Russians have already sent in combat troops and just scrambled 2 MiGs. Your mission is to avoid those Russian troops, infiltrate that base, and find out what they're up to. One last thing. When we sorted out your new phone, we provided you with an EMP hardened model. In a worst-case scenario, our satellites will be temporarily blinded, but your phone will survive. Tanner out.
So like in the film, right, they steal this like EMP shielded helicopter so that they could fly to the GoldenEye control center, use the GoldenEye to like knock everything out, steal the GoldenEye control key shit, and like explode the facility and like leave in the helicopter unnoticed or whatever. Here, it's... again, I'm a little confused as to how the various parts of that equation all fit together in this version of it, but I guess ultimately it doesn't really matter. So again, like the distress signal would be Natalia, right? And she would like, again, I guess she gets like rescued or picked up or whatever, so maybe she does get some kind of distress signal out, but otherwise I think it's just like MI6 just generally investigates the whole EMP situation. Like, oh, here's an exploded facility. That's mysterious. Wait, hang on. There's a surviving person there. Which I guess, like, prompts Bond to go to St. Petersburg? I forget. But here we just, like, we go to the base and they didn't already, like, blow up the base first. But I guess, like, something happened and there's a distress signal, and now there's some kind of cover-up where they're sending in the entire fucking Russian military to explode the base. And we get caught up in some kind of crossfire. And as usual, it's a full-on war zone by the time we get there.
The captain thinks that it's some sort of accident.
Keep moving forward, Bond. The climate research facility should come into view any minute now.
Oh, whatever. Listen to Tanner's instruction and keep moving forward. Alright, there's the 2 megs, I guess.
Bond to MI6. Do you read me?
Orbital space laser EMP. Yeah, the climate changed. So I guess the idea here is narratively, Natalia's like, holy shit, these traitors are taking over this facility. So she sends out some kind of distress call, which makes the military send in people, not necessarily to blow up the base, because then Arumov used his space laser to blow it up and fly away in his EMP protected helicopter. Well, space laser slash EMP, whatever.
Stay focused, man. The Federation has spent good money training you for such an event.
Oh, I can subdue him over here.
Keep your weapon safety engaged, man. I do not want any foolish accidents.
I have no idea who's talking. vaguely recall there being some kind of objective here about collecting weapons crates or something, which I can of course now ignore. Don't mind me. Oh, it's okay. Yep. I just realized by creeping past that little underpass, there's like 6 additional guys down there. I should have even sneaking past the group. I did sort of sneak past for the guys who were mostly behind me by the time I got spotted. Even if I got past all those guys safely, there was still seemingly be far more up ahead, so that's probably not a good strategy. That's the thing, like trying to sneak past people is like not always particularly rewarding. You kind of go, well, you know what? I guess I might as well just... You know. Place some guns, as it were. There doesn't seem to be like a super obvious route for like stealthing everyone. Especially the guys who are like, a few of them standing next to each other. Okay. I thought there was like a guy literally right... Oh, well. Like I'm crouching, but when I'm crouching, I'm standing up out of cover when I'm ADSing, which like puts my reticle in a different spot. I like the little dramatic musical sting when you headshot someone.
Reinforcements will be here shortly.
2 guys here, maybe. Taking the long way around seems to have worked out fine. I was just like leaning against trees, like dry heaving or something.
Don't shoot until you've confirmed your target.
That's kind of hard to make out.
Corporal, get me an injury count.
Dude's armpit. I'm staring at the map. So hard to make out guys by looking in front of me. Okay. So weird. There was like a bunch of dudes attacking me from here. I guess they just dropped, like came down from the bridge. We'll take one of these. Yes. Well, whatever. Good thing EMP lingering radiation doesn't affect Russian radios. Yeah. They're just good at yelling loudly to each other. I'm moving around so much. Alright, okay. Elaborate cinematic takedown, just whack him in the back of the leg. Sure, fine. Oh, we're going down. Someone's in front of us. Aha, up there. I didn't look up enough. I guess his foot got caught. Well, he was like the last guy, so that's fine. Oh yeah, this is, yeah, we go up this like mountainside path. I think now we're gonna start getting like the multiple opposing forces fighting each other, if I recall. Again, conceptually, kind of cool. Do something with this. Avoid the crossfire. I mean, I'm gonna get myself a little bit involved here. Good luck understanding who's on which side and what's actually happening here, but... Because my bullets just don't hurt very much from this distance. I've shot this guy like 8 times. There we go. Trying to cycle around to this weapon. Fuck it. So I guess like Arumov nuked the well, he orbital laser EMP'd the facility, but also he has his own like personal army here to fight the national army. I don't exactly get it, but... Can I go in? There we go. Squeeze through. I guess the silencer is not going to be all that important. Well, I guess this one has a silencer also. But... Maybe? Who knows? But yeah, I don't think stealth is a massive concern. Ah! Got these guys like on the ramparts. Kinda looks like it was specifically climbing up so he could toss himself over the ledge there. But Macaw 45. Is this Bond or Call of Duty? This is GoldenEye. Don't you remember this scene from favorite James Bond film, GoldenEye? James Bond infiltrates the GoldenEye facility, fighting 2 separate Russian armies with his assortment of assault rifles, submachine guns. With kind of questionable audio mixing, where I'm not entirely sure if this gun is supposed to be suppressed or not. Guess I can chop a dude in the neck. We're playing on the lowest difficulty level because we played through this campaign in the Wii version before, but we're mostly kind of sightseeing. I know, though there are some obvious graphical improvements, even not having a side-by-side comparison, just kind of seeing how certain things look. It looks mostly the way I remember the Wii version. I guess the lack of the 2D, like, dancing silhouettes in the club was, like, the most obvious graphical difference. But otherwise, it kind of looks the way I remember it. So it looks pretty similar, but it runs much better. Like, the Wii version was locked to 30 FPS, as far as I can remember, anyway. But once we're done with the campaign, we'll check out the MI6 Ops mode, which is exclusive to this version. It's so weird, like, when you shoot, like, okay, you've got a suppressed gun, so there's no muzzle flash, but there's, like, not a lot of reaction when you hit. It's common for this, like, you know, these Bond games to not have blood. But GoldenEye on the N64 had these, like, big hit sparks, basically, and some of the better other games typically have big, like, dust clouds, or at least some, like, visible impact. Very strange when you shoot them, and it's like this very mute reaction. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say this is the most Call of Duty Bond. I think that title goes to Quantum of Solace, which is developed by Treyarch, like in between their actual Call of Duty games. But this is very much like, it's still, you know, it's still a fairly apt comparison, because it certainly is very, you know, straightforward, running down hallways, shooting a million army guy enemies. Well, I don't advance through there, I guess. But I just run through the... Oh, this doesn't seem right. Double back, so I can... Here? Okay. Oh, maybe I have to shoot these guys and someone else will bust through a door or something. Just I can't see where fucking anyone is. Alright, I just got flashbang. Yeah, they just... I vaguely remembered it. They bust through that door. Then we can advance. But I mean, the level design, sure, it's certainly a lot more like Call of Duty than it is like GoldenEye on the N64. There's not a lot in this game that is very much like GoldenEye the film or the game. This part. I think this is the end of the level, actually, once we gain access to the building. Not going to be super practical, but hey. That was fun. Let's hold on to that for a little bit. What guns do I have? Oh boy. I have a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher. Let's get something more practical. Shit. Sniper rifle actually might be good. I can't see shit from here though. Just relax here for a little bit. Wait for the blood to dry off my eyeballs. I think I can just do this. I ran out of sprint juice. There we go. Oh shit. Gotta QTE this shit. There we go. Level complete. Let's just ignore that last section. We don't have to bother shooting anyone. Just run for the door. Fine. So now we have to... I think this is like a night vision level or something. There's like... Because there's the EMP... There's no light. And there's gonna be like dudes snooping around. We can like stealth take them out. The game is largely very forgettable. But as we get to each level, I'm like vaguely recalling what's coming up. It's not necessarily super fair because we're playing this for the second time, essentially, which we haven't really done for anything so far. Not a game like this, at least. And there's a lot of like novelty having worn off.
Yes, they're working on it.
Well, relatively. It's debatable how much novelty there was to begin with, but I guess what I'm saying is it's kind of diminishing returns coming back to this a second time. And I'm kind of like I'm
Bond to MI6. Do you read me?
Try to listen.
I'm inside, into control center, investigating. Need to get to the main server room. Do you copy?
The game is feeling like very generic and bland, and it's not like the game's really changed since last time we played it. If anything, it running better and having more kind of conventional controls makes for a smoother experience. But there would at least have been some sense of like not knowing what's next that arguably could have made it a little more exciting the first time. And the reason I kind of bring that up is because playing this game now, I can't help thinking of like, I wonder what I like, where I put this on the tier list last time, because I can't remember. Camera's like completely out of control. Shotgun. Kind of weird. It doesn't make the shotgun feel super great. Voice acting. That's kind of what I mean about like not being fair either, because I feel like I'd be tempted to like rate this low because it's, you know, kind of whatever. Are they being shot through the door? Yep. But I think the kind of attitude I'm having towards this of being a bit dismissive and it's kind of whatever. Yeah, the game was never great. It's always been like fairly generic. But I assume if I went back to any number of the other games we've played, I would likely have a similar reaction to it. Okay, the door didn't stay open long. At least the shotgun's like viable on this difficulty level. It's not often the case in these games. Shotguns are often huge liability. At least we get to enjoy the pleasures of shotgun. You know, worth something. See, even if you're like more than like 5 meters away, it just has like zero effectiveness. Reload animation satisfying. It's all right, but the way the camera jerks when you fire is really weird. Yeah, so in if you play with the objectives, you have to like do a bunch of scanning shit to find like evidence in those office rooms. It really kind of highlights how a lot of that stuff just legitimately feels like busy work. Because not having to do it, just like, oh man, progression is so smooth. Even if it kind of leaves levels having not much going on.
Get away from me.
Stop. Who are you?
Stopping to do that stuff doesn't really improve it either.
Go of me.
I'm here to help.
They shot my friends. They killed everyone.
All right, locate the power generator. Oh, there we go. Night vision goggles. Conveniently procured. Waypoint. Objective completed. Continue the investigation. Having to hold a button to open doors gets a little annoying. Not the biggest deal in the world, of course, but I always get confused about tapping to reload and holding to open. Yes, this is like another one of these stealth sections. Well, if you want it to be. When you're playing on higher difficulty and you have the objectives, you're significantly more incentivized to actually stealth, but oh, I may still be. May have spoken too soon here. What other weapons do we have? Healing up okay now. There we go. Okay, good. I guess I didn't hit him. Glass, I see. I guess, yeah, I was stuck in this little corner. Okay. It sucks to be you. There's a pile of guys. Alright, moving along. Man, knowing, like, not necessarily that this was like a massive slog or super difficult. Just knowing that I definitely
Open fire.
was not able to progress like this in the Wii game makes this feel like extra satisfying to just like actually be able to sort of speed through it. Because even then, you know, I enjoyed my time with the game, but it was still kind of, you know, once you're done with it, it's like, I thought I had the other weapon. It just kind of felt nice to be done with it, I guess. And now I kind of feel like, well, it's a good thing. Replaying something I'd essentially played previously, even if it's a different version, I didn't expect there to be constant, like, novelty or obvious differences, but I still kind of wanted to play it just to see, kind of. But it really has not turned out to be nearly as much of a chore as I thought it might be. So, you know, that's nice. Can't believe it actually works from that distance. I mean, realistically, obviously, if I was at that distance, I would prefer not to be shot at by a shotgun. But like in video games, it's quite common for shotguns to be essentially useless at that kind of range. Feels like a kind of a weird design choice to have the enemies visible on the map like this, so you can completely, like, when they try to sneak around and flank you, you can just see exactly where they are. I don't mind it, at least not in the context of how we're playing this right now. But even when we played the Wii one, I felt like it was kind of a peculiar choice. Yeah, I think there's an objective to do something here that we're gonna be ignoring. Enter the server room. Or that guy, I guess. $2011, got a mash. Switch or a ladder or some. Are we riding the? Oh, there we go. Wait. I like that he didn't even consider trying to use the, you know, panel of buttons.
Terminate the survivor.
That's fine. Should we just leave here? I can't remember if it was this game. Doesn't look like the room I'm thinking of. There was some game that had a horribly obnoxious section with a server room kind of situation. We have to like find a bunch of targets. To like disable a bunch of stuff. To then like breach through a security door. I can't remember which game that even was. Like alien muffled voices. I have an objective marker. Okay, the door's opening now, I guess. Maybe? Maybe? Not quite. What if I shoot this guy? Alright, now it's open. Follow the device.
Fall back! Get to the chopper!
Feels so relaxed. Reloading. Wait for the blood to dry. I recall the dark, like, night vision section being a lot more obnoxious. Obviously, we sped through it, but in terms of geography of, like, how much space we actually traversed, it was very short. So, I'm not sure if there's multiple sections like that, or if I'm getting it mixed up with another game, or if it really just was that much different when we... I guess having to do the objectives, like, really adds a lot of time to, like, having to sort of stop. Okay, I guess we'll grab that sparkle wherever it was. Here somewhere.
Come on, move, mister!
I guess also, you know, getting to something for the first time and not really knowing, like, the trial and error element of just seeing something for the first time or knowing the layout and what it's supposed to do. But really, like, the fact that the objective stuff in general was always like, you know, find these things and hack them, or find these things and scan them, and just the mechanics of that, of like, whenever you bring up your phone, you can barely move. So it just, like, it instantly, like, the presence of any of that stuff instantly slows down the pace. But it also forces you, like, here you can kind of just run past a good deal of the enemies. But if you need to be in this room, you know, do something in particular to scan stuff, you kind of can't really do that until you've cleared it out. So that adds, like, time that you need to spend as well. I have no idea what they were firing at. This hole in the wall, I guess. WA-2000 ammo. Ignore those guys. Keep running. Alright, you can line up. It's fine. Anyone else?
Let's move out.
Okay. Now can I snipe the guy? Man, this incessant shaking. Alright, right in the thigh. Okay. Anyone else up there? Ouch, I guess so. Nice, I got a mid-shake. What are we even doing? Escape from the bunker before it is destroyed by the explosive charges planted by Orumov's men. Why did we even infiltrate the bunker? We were sent to this location by Tanner to, like, quote, find out what's going on. And then it turned out to, like, be this battlefield. So it's like, all right, well, let's fucking fight these Russians killing each other, and also let's infiltrate this facility after it was hit with some kind of orbital laser. You go inside and it's like, well, I guess this place is blowing up, we gotta leave. And it's like it's entire massive contrivance seemingly for the purpose of having Bond bump into Natalia for 2 seconds and she runs away. It's a little strange how this all like supposedly fits together. I mean, it seems unlike, well, I guess if you do the objectives, I guess Bond like collects some kind of data from these offices. But it's very funny when that's not an element at all. You know, it's possible that Tanner and Bond were talking on the phone about like, well, that's is highly mysterious. Let's collect some, let's download some data from these office computers to learn about the dark secrets of this facility or whatever. So, you know, maybe that was addressed in the narrative and I just ignored it. I can't rule out that possibility. But obviously it didn't play out with any degree of importance or like at all, I guess, during gameplay. Also, we're literally just backtracking the way we came. We went down there to shoot some guys and we just went back out. Okay, sure, fine. Come through there. All right. These rooms don't connect that way. The visuals of this, like the fire and the smoke in these dark rooms, actually looks pretty sick. Like, I bet he felt so fucking cool swinging in on a rope, and then, unfortunately for him, James Bond with a shotgun was just stationed right next to him. I go, wait, hold, use? Oh. We already did that. Am I going? These night vision goggles are not helping that much. Okay. I felt like I was literally just backtracking the way I came, but whatever. Getting closer to the objective marker in the game seems happy. So I guess I'm happy. Well, this shotgun's not all bad. It's been pretty fun to use. I don't really remember if the ragdolls were like this in the Wii version. I mean, I guess I would expect it to be largely similar. I mean, of course, you don't really get the opportunity necessarily to use this weapon in particular, but stuff like that, when they keep like, they run at full speed, you shoot them and the way they kind of flop over, that's been pretty fun. Go up here now? Okay. Well, I see. Okay, let's keep moving. Through here? No, I guess not. Oh, I see. Okay, had to go through the doorway.
We meet again.
Oh,
You called in the distress signal, didn't you?
Yes. Who are you?
camera shake.
Let's get out of here.
Follow me. I know the way.
Follow the Russian girl. Yeah, I'm trying to vault. Okay. Weird. Does camera work?
Thank you.
Did a bazooka in that helicopter while we had the chance.
You're not safe on your own. I'm here to help. Who are you? What do you do here?
Natalia Simenova. I'm a computer engineer for the GoldenEye satellite.
drop it. You're under arrest.
So I guess he didn't bother ever, like...
Thank you. I could have done this myself.
introduce himself. Like, he just, like... gets mad at her for panicking. And he's like, no, I'm a good guy. I'm here to help. Which is, like... kind of mysterious. This weird foreign guy just shows up killing people left and right. It's like, no, I'm friendly. Like, again, the whole, like... the whole thing about, like, who's even fighting who in this scenario is so confusing. So it's like... it's just a big clusterfuck. Everything to do with the plot and narrative of this game. Alright, let me just quickly update, take a look at the bond quotient spreadsheet. Because we are about to... let's see here. We're about to be bond in peril. Give some points for theme song and for opening credits. There was no real gun barrel opening, strangely enough. No product placement that we've seen so far. Bond in peril, let's get points for that. And bond likeness. Sexy ladies, sure. Sexy ladies, comma, evil, sure. We've had on a top. I guess she would count as a henchman as well. Right, okay. The drinking was alluded to when we were served but refused a bottle of vodka. I think that's like dialogue surrounding vodka while the character of James Bond is handling a bottle of vodka, I think is we'll give credit for that. If not the actual act of drinking, it is putting alcoholic beverages front and center as part of ongoing affairs. If you have no idea what I'm rambling about, we'll get to this when we finish the game. But I'm keeping tabs in a spreadsheet here about Bond common themes and topics and elements of Bond films and games, and mapping out to which extent they appear in every game. And I used to do this after finishing the games, but I found myself always struggling to remember if something had been present or not. So I made it a habit more recently to try to fill it out as we play through the game. So when something shows up, I just add it to the list, so I don't have to rely on my terrible memory to fill it out. Driving car has not been a thing yet. We were passenger in a truck, but I don't think that counts. We've ridden some motorcycles, but that's about it. We will be driving a tank, I guess, soon enough. Yeah, I said that we wanted to at least finish Severnaya, but yeah, we'll keep going. I guess we're getting shipped off to St. Petersburg. We do have this like vague allusion to the gun barrel doing the load screen. I think this visually is a pretty nice load screen, but it's I mean, of course, the Daniel Craig films didn't really have the gun barrel stuff either. I guess it's an influence on not seeing it, but again, it makes it for such a weird thing where it's like you want to be GoldenEye, but you're changing all the details and making things more align with the Daniel Craig films, which has the effect of like not aligning at all with the GoldenEye film specifically, or like the Bond film eras of yore, which at this point GoldenEye was part of. It's a very strange package. Military archives, right? So we get put in this weird brig / interrogation room.
So, I'll ask you again, Mr. Bond. How shall we execute you? You are aware of the penalty for terrorism in Russia.
Who's the traitor in your government? What do you know about the Janus Group?
Why did you set off the GoldenEye?
Stop it! Both of you! You are like boys with toys. It was Orumov.
General Orumov? Why would he do a thing like that?
There were 2 GoldenEye satellites. He set off one to steal the other.
General Orumov.
Minister Michkin,
How dare you interrogate this man without my presence? This man is a spy who killed Minister Mishkin with his own gun. Move! Good luck, Mr. Bond.
I'll be fine. I mean, yeah, there's an assault rifle for me to use right here. You know, leaving the door open and everything. There we go. Got him eventually. Alright, let's try to speed through this. It is not entirely unsatisfying to just really run and gun. I think the Daniel Craig films have their complete ups and downs, just like any other actor's tenure. Broadly speaking, of course, they're totally their own thing, but you could say that, like, it's not like James Bond was this static thing for, you know, 40 years and then transformed into this other thing for his films, you know. Yeah, I was just about to back around the corner. Ooh. Fun. James Rambo, exactly. I mean, I think my experience having rewatched some of the films, and I'm excited to rewatch all of them soon, is that even like the quote-unquote good ones, like when I grew up, I didn't grow up during Roger Moore's tenure, but Roger Moore was like the more kind of present Bond. Like for me, he was like the first one I would think of. As such, I have like, you know, fond memories. Like we talked about this multiple times previously, but A View to a Kill is a film that's like, I don't know if it's widely regarded as Moore's weakest film. It's his last one, but it's certainly not like thought of particularly highly. But I like it, you know, and even then, you know, it's not wholly great. It's enjoyable, but even the ones like, I'm kind of single out Roger Moore, I guess, because he's the one who, like, we watched in the process of rewatching films that was relevant for James Bond. I think he's the one whose like tenure we kind of saw most of. Well, I guess we saw all of the Pierce Brosnan films, but we didn't watch much of Sean Connery. We didn't watch On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And of the ones we saw, like, I don't think any of the Moore films, quote unquote, supposedly the good ones, even were like super consistently good. Hello. Like, it feels very typical what that guy was doing. You have like pretty long, boring stretches. I mean, even Pierce Brosnan movies were like that too. Like they have, like, Tomorrow Never Dies, half of it is great, half of it is super boring. So am I supposed to do something here? Supposed to go down. Shotgun. Loads a fair bit faster than the other one, but I guess it's pump action. Okay, more ammo. A little confused about the... I guess that's what I was doing. Okay, that's not really what the objective marker seemed to point at, but... through here. The map's not being particularly helpful either, to be honest. Thing. I need to get back out, like, in the hallway. Might help. Won't give us back up. Well, okay, we'll go up this way, I guess. Through here. I thought these were like pickups, they're so shiny. But yeah, I think there's like straight up few Bond films that are like through and through great. I think License to Kill is excellent. I really like that movie a lot. Like GoldenEye is a very fun, easy watch. But it's like really kind of stupid and schlocky. As far as Brosnan films, I feel like The World's Not Enough is the one that's kind of the most underrated. I think GoldenEye is like the least bad one, which sounds very, you know, backhanded, but it's like, it's kind of stupid in some ways, and it's very like goofy, but it's fun. Like it's fun. It's a fun time. But I find it interesting that like the general consensus kind of seems to be that each of Brosnan's films was kind of weaker than the last. I kind of recall this. This is where you have to like explode this stuff so you can, yeah, get through here. But I think, well, Die Another Day is clearly the worst because it's just like really stupid and just not very good. But I think The World's Not Enough is like, I like that one better than Tomorrow Never Dies. Tomorrow Never Dies is like, anytime Michelle Yeoh and Pierce Brosnan are on screen together, it's awesome. They have great chemistry and they're like, those scenes are really fun and exciting. But like the other 60% of the movie, it's just like kind of dull. Whereas The World's Not Enough, like it's got like a vaguely novel sort of twist. My vault? Nope. I love the way their berets just like pop off their heads when they fall down. It makes it very satisfying. And I don't think The World's Not Enough like is notably more stupid than any of the other Brosnan Bond films, really. But my point really is that like Bond stuff is usually like ups and downs. I think Casino Royale is really good, but it's the ending of it is really quite weird, and it's not helped by the fact that it sort of sets up a sequel that is completely bungled. Like Quantum of Solace is like such an absolute non-movie because of all like the script issues and everything. I remember liking Skyfall a lot. I rewatched it a bunch, but I haven't seen it in a long time, so I'm looking forward to revisiting it. Spectre I've not seen, but yeah, that's a movie that for sure like kind of was never gonna be good once they decided that they were gonna do the whole, not only like do the whole Blofeld thing, like having that be a big deal, but also like let's make Blofeld Bond's secret evil brother. Like it's just, oh, it's terrible. And what could have been story elements that kind of led up to that film, like it kind of threw out whatever you could have salvaged from Quantum of Solace by going the direction they did. But at the same time, like from what I've seen and heard about it, it sounds like it's got a lot of kind of fun bits to it, where it's like it's half of a really fun movie and half of a incredibly stupid one, to the point where the stupid stuff just like fully outweighs the potential of any of the fun stuff. Kind of the impression I have of it. Been good in here? Not really. Denise Richards is in The World's Not Enough. And that's a weird detail that like a lot of people get super hung up on, as if she is like any more hard to believe than like 90, 100,000 other James Bond film characters. I'm not like snapping at you. It's just like that's the thing that it's like the specific detail that gets brought up more often than anything else as like a defense or like the argument for it being a stupid movie. I mean, I'm not like strongly making the argument that it's not a stupid movie. I just don't think it distinguishes itself from other Bond movies by being stupid. Least of all, specifically by the presence of Denise Richards as a scientist or whatever. Shotgun time. It didn't work super well, but it was still fun. Besides, like, it's a weird thing, like, I don't know, it always kind of came across to me as like this strangely kind of misogynistic thing, which, you know, it's kind of understandable, I guess, in a way. With the, like, one can see how that line of thought could align with sensibilities of people who have strong opinion on James Bond films or whatever, but it's also weird because it's like this whole, so much of the appeal of Bond is these like ridiculous fantasy scenarios in which it feels like so in line. Like, even if one were of the opinion that like I cannot take this character, I cannot believe in this character, I get taken out of the movie watching experience because this character is so like, even a little headstand there, like this does not align with my perception of reality or whatever. Like, that's a thing that people might not be able to control. Like, you can feel a certain way when you see a character portrayed a certain way in a film and feel like, I don't believe this. And it's not necessarily like an intellectual, you know, analysis that is being performed. It's just like a gut instinct. And that's, you know, whatever. Fair enough. But even if that's the case, like, even if you feel that way because you don't believe, like, whether it's her looks or her line delivery or whatever it would be, I feel like it's still like a unusual or kind of peculiar complaint to have with a James Bond film, in which I would think it kind of makes sense to, like, it is so over the top. And oh, I gotta phone this thing. I got. It feels like they would take place in a world where nuclear scientist Christmas Jones is a hot babe. You know, it's like, why not? Why is that weird? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's been plenty of characters who are not particularly neither realistic nor even believable in, you know, the role that they are kind of prescribed. It feels like there's like something more to the fact that her character is like one that's so specifically gets kind of singled out. I kind of recall this. There's some kind of an elevator waiting sequence. Presumably it's not going to be too stressful on this difficulty level. This weapon's probably not going to be great for this though. Can't see shit at what I'm shooting at, but... Oh, hello. Elevators. Shit. It's very fun to shoot them while they're leaping over those little waist-high walls. A lot less enemies here. They advance in like such slow pace that I essentially have time to just recover in between every enemy. Just perfect for my casual experience here today. Tactical roll. They're not particularly aggressive either. They walk up and shoot and then they kind of get a little confused and walk away. Fine by me. I guess they're being threatened by Bond's powerful aura, you know, bear shakes. Okay, they're a bit more aggressive now. Can I please? Oh my fucking god. I got the reload prompt on screen. It shows on screen, like press square to reload. I was really hoping we could get that first try. But it shows a very similar prompt when you can interact with something when it says hold square to open or use or whatever. So I thought there was an use prompt. I was hoping that as soon as I would enter the elevator, it would trigger a cutscene and would finish. That wasn't the case. So then I thought, oh wait, there's a prompt there. I'll just hold square. But then I realized just as I died that, oh, that was just a reload prompt. And the load times are pretty dreadful. Like, it's a very good thing that we're not having to get stuck and retry stuff multiple times, because that would, I think, for me, get pretty aggravating pretty quickly. You see there, it said hold square to use.
Get off me, you pig! Get in the elevator! James!
And it's a very similar prompt when you're low on ammo. So now I know at least that entering the elevator doesn't instantly trigger the stage completion or whatever. I mean, it's hard to know what weapon's more effective. Ultimately, you kind of want whatever you'll have ammo for, I suppose. Like, kind of hopeless to try to get them while they're sprinting across. Kind of don't want to be shot at by a bunch of dudes at the same time. Ammo, let's back to this. You can see on the map they're even like spawning in. Time-consuming takedown animations. I don't know if that is an actual sort of progress bar on top of the elevator. I'm assuming it dings anytime it like switches floors. didn't arrive. There was a different ding. Yep. Oh! Hello. Hold! Oh, I already used it. Okay. He didn't actually reach for the switch, it just activated. Okay. I guess moving around let them not pile up as much. So, made it a little easier. Guess we're leaving this side. Judging from the map. Oh yeah, okay. I vaguely recall this room. Run across here. Tank a million hits. Oh, he didn't die. Whoops. Gotta get up to like the control room. Open up this like elevator thing. But I think enemies are gonna basically keep spawning, so it's in our interest to be swift. Save much time. How about DP3 plus multiple? But like modular gun system adds all these little words to describe whatever stuff is on each gun, like increasingly hard to parse. This ability is pretty lousy. Like there should be someone here. It's so stupid when they like just sprint at full speed and shoot like to their side or behind them. The fact that they can even hit you when doing that, it's like feels weirdly insulting. Can't see shit. Probably gonna die here, and I'm also a little unclear. Okay, there's an objective marker there. There we go. We were waiting for the tank to show up. Oh, we got it. Oh, that was kind of obnoxious, but we got there. There's the other upcoming game. Yeah, I know the game you're talking about. I'm not that interested. Like, I'm not a fan of GoldenEye, the game, particularly. I have respect for it, but I don't really like it much. And although I am, I guess, like, I'm a fan where I enjoy, like, spy stories, films, games, what have you. I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, me doing this project and playing these Bond games is not a reflection of me being a huge fan of James Bond. It's not a reflection of me being a huge fan of secret agent spy type video games. At least not any more than the Batman project was a reflection of me being a big Batman fan or anything. It's just an interesting topic to cover for a multitude of reasons. That isn't to say that I am strictly uninterested in spy action games outside of the context of a project like this. It's just that the existence and me doing this project doesn't mean that this is like that I have a outsized interest in this type of game generally, and doubly so. Like there's stuff that I'm like, I think I remember playing the Mission Impossible game on N64 and finding it fascinating. Having seen a little bit more of it, it's not something I think I would ever want to actually play through. I played a little bit of the Xbox Mission Impossible game Didn't really get far, and it was kind of like, yeah, whatever. But conceptually, I find it kind of appealing. Sure. There's Alpha Protocol, which I think is really cool. I played a little bit of that and would really genuinely like to play that properly sometime. But, you know, as a whole, it's not as though that's like a kind of game that I'm broadly like very interested in and would put like high on the list of stuff I'm interested in. I have a degree of mild curiosity, I guess, for that game, but it's not like the idea of like, oh, someone making a game like GoldenEye, like that doesn't excite me at all. There's like a vague novelty on account of it not being like it being a kind of game that isn't representative of a direction that first-person shooters kind of took. On a purely theoretical level, the idea of someone taking those design elements and building more directly on them, sure, that could be something interesting, but I also don't necessarily have super high hopes for it, because I imagine, as most games of that ilk would be, very kind of reverential in a way, like reverential but also referential, and both of them, I think, not, you know, an inherent bad, but both the reverence for GoldenEye game and what it did and how it works, as well as like being overly cute and referential and kind of probably a bit comedic about it. Neither of those things are something that appeals to me, or I shouldn't say appeal, but like neither of them align, I think, with my sensibilities. So while on paper I could imagine an exploration of the mechanics and structure of GoldenEye that would end up being something I would find really interesting, I don't think that that game is aiming to do that in a way that I would find the most compelling. I could be wrong, it could turn out to be awesome, but I'm not like excited about it particularly. And I'm definitely not like, you know, it's been a long time actually since anyone asked if I'm going to be playing the James Bond games, which was a common question, at least in one point in time. And the answer, of course, is no, because James Bond games are not James Bond games. This project is not about playing games starring a character named James something. It's also not about playing games that are vaguely adjacent, or, you know, parodies, or references, etc., etc. You know, we're not playing Secret Project Y, or whatever it's called. We're not playing Secret Agent. We're not playing any number of Bond pastiche games. It has like the boundaries of the project are pretty firm. It's not an unreasonable question to ask if I would be interested or if it's something I would play, but to make it an extremely long and thorough story short, I would say no. I'm not expecting to play that game. At least not on stream, and especially not as part of this or anything to do with it. Like, if it was a different, like, let's say it was a game, someone was making a game that's like everything or nothing. That would excite me, but it would also be more fun, and because of that excitement, it would something I would feel more compelled to play and maybe play on stream. But even then, you know, it wouldn't be part of this project. It would just be, I'm excited to play things I'm excited for. I'm not excited to play things because they are conceptually tangentially related to things I'm excited for, if that makes sense. All right, so this is the tank turret driving level, I guess. That's going to lead to like the train. I've been streaming for 5 hours, and see, it's almost 6 p.m. I didn't really have proper lunch, and I will need to make some kind of dinner before we're continuing the Space Adventure Cobra, the animation watch party on Discord tonight, by the way. So I'm trying to think, like, kind of how... How long we'll keep going. I guess we won't play past this mission, but whether we complete it or not, we'll see. Because I can't really remember how it plays out. Like, there are bits and pieces I remember, but I can't recall if they're all part of the same mission or not.
I'll plot a course to intercept.
Alright.
Follow your objective.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
Yeah, you're using the left stick. Yeah, I'm kind of coming to grips with the controls here. I think we'll also steer toward where you're aiming. Okay, so there's like sort of an auto control. Okay. So you can turn with left stick to kind of turn independently of your aiming, but if you're not using left and right on the left stick, if you turn and aim to the side, the tank will like align itself towards it. How long was the other version of this? Well, I have the spreadsheet here. The Wii GoldenEye took me 10 hours to complete. But we were playing that on, like, there were multiple circumstances that would make it take longer. First of all, we played it for the first time, of course. We went blind, so that would add some time. We played on aged difficulty, the sort of medium difficulty, and we're playing on easy, so to speak, now. But we also played with waggle controls. In the first stream, we spent a lot of time just wrestling with the controls. And before the second stream, I made significant adjustments, because that game has like 5 million sliders that you can tweak to adjust the waggle aiming controls. So we kind of lost some time there. We also lost time because the game crashed at the final boss, so we had to redo the final level, which added like an hour. But yeah, I mean, I think this is still I would say we're on pace for maybe a 5-hour completion or something for this, and it's on the lower difficulty level, and aiming is maybe a little easier, etc., etc. And I kind of know the levels, but the difficulty level actually make a huge difference, because what's adding the time from in the Wii version wasn't necessarily the combat being more difficult, although, you know, that adds some time for sure, but it's just having the extra objectives. If the extra objectives, they're, for the most part, it just means, you know, stop in this area to scan these things or do this or that, and you have to kind of clear out the enemies to be able to do that. Whereas here, I don't need to do the slow scanning of stuff, and I also don't need to stop to clear out the enemies to be able to do it. So you just run through the enemies much quicker. But of the Bond games that are in that sort of 3 to 6 hour span, even if you could go in blind and play on this difficulty level, or even this version, because it sounded from the menu like even on the higher difficulty levels, the other objectives are actually optional in this version, whereas on the Wii they were mandatory. But if this lands in that 5-hour window, I think there are probably several other Bond games, even like Quantum of Solace, that was a pretty bland experience. Had, like, towards the end anyway, I think more engaging shooting than this does. This arguably has a bit more spectacle with some of the set pieces, but I don't know. But I'm probably being a little bit extra harsh on this because we're kind of revisiting a game we already played. L2. Holes are a little finicky. All right. Up there on the bridge. I guess it locks on like instantly. I'm not sure if that's a tweak made for the PS3 version or normal difficulty differences. I'm a little stuck. Pretty satisfying when you can just drive through them. It's pretty fun. I guess I'm taking damage, but probably healing up. Who knows how any of the mechanics work. You can, I'm pretty sure, game over from just like falling behind too far. Doesn't exactly feel like it's a chase, but I recall that being like a mechanic in the Wii version. Like there was no real indication. that was the case until we just got like a game over message. That's pretty sick. As far as this kind of spectacle level, like it's obviously completely ridiculous relative to what we'd see in the films. But especially, you know, making sure that it's not overly tedious and difficult. Like, it's a pretty smooth ride. I remember from the Wii version this level being pretty quick to get through. And I remember being, like, relieved that it wasn't this massive slog. There was kind of this little palate cleanser sort of level. And I think that's what you want this stuff to be. I know Nightfire has some vehicle sections that are like the real difficulty spikes of that game, which like just kind of feels bad. But even Bloodstone had that crazy chase level where you're driving through Bangkok or whatever it is to chase the like absurd mega street cleaning vehicle. This like gigantic industrial construction vehicle, and you like blow up half of Bangkok. And that was like one of the highlights of that game for sure.
Watch yourself.
Keep expecting Bond moments as a mechanic. Yeah, like that was the coolest shit. I mean, Everything or Nothing kind of spoils you in a lot of regards. And that was the game that handled that mechanic best. So the sort of Bond moments mechanic was first introduced in Agent Under Fire.
Stay on course.
Then it was in Nightfire and Everything or Nothing. And From Russia with Love. So it was basically in all of the PS2 games. Well, I guess it wasn't in Quantum of Solace. I don't think.
Plot a course to intercept. Follow your objective mark.
But it didn't really play out the same way in every game. I'll aim for that. As I recall, these like rocket launcher sniper dudes were a genuine threat on agent difficulty. Here it's kind of whatever, which is fine. It's just like I'm just enjoying the roller coaster spectacle of this. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Do I drive through this? I mean, I guess. Oh, well, there's a convenient little gap there. Turning is a little bit fucked up. Okay. I'm literally trying to drive straight. Like the uneven terrain getting caught on these corners. Wholly unconcerned. The people of Russia and their parked cars.
Come on, still catching.
Sidetrack trying to aim for helicopters. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, the fact that both the left and right stick kind of turn the tank makes it a little weird. Yeah, 9 minutes still. That was like significantly shorter than pretty much everything else. Yeah. I mean, this is good. It's a standout level in this game that's otherwise extremely generic. But we had like the driving levels in Bloodstone, I think, were pretty sick. It's also like the context here of being in the tank and having the helicopters and stuff. Like it feels more reasonable than when you're like driving your like whatever SUV and you've got like 45 like gunship armaments and firing 50 missiles against these like poor sods on motorcycles and stuff. It's that can be a little ridiculous. Like even in Everything or Nothing, like I like the driving levels more that were like the fucking rally competition level like coming up with these gimmicks to not have to add this level of absurd, full-on like warfare on top of the like let the driving be what the thing is actually about. But even when you have weapons, like the highway chase with the motorcycle is like maybe the sickest level in the game. Like that level is always operating on that absurd level of crazy spectacle that it works. But in something like Nightfire, like it just feels stupid often when you have these like heat-seeking missiles out of your car, or there's an airplane turret level. It's just like, especially when those levels are a bit too drawn out. Like if it was a crazy thing, like you could imagine a set piece in the film where like Bond uses missiles or whatever, but it's hard to imagine like an extended 15-minute car chase where Bond blows up 65 evil henchman cars with his heat-seeking missiles. Like it's just, it gets a little too ridiculous, I think. And even the novelty of the spectacle itself gets like, it gets boring because it's like, it's so overly like ridiculous, I think, or you know, it definitely can be the case. So at least with the tank, like, all right, you would expect the tank to have that kind of weaponry, and they make the driving of the tank feel distinct from driving a car. You drive over stuff and you break it, so like that stuff is like, at least it adds its own flavor and its own novelty beyond just being an action level from a slightly different perspective. But yeah, Everything or Nothing just has such insane variety. Like every mission, every scenario is like totally different. And that's something I hope we see more of in First Light as well. And I think even Bloodstone, I think, did a good job with that, where like despite having a more kind of limited palette of mechanics and stuff to work with, the levels didn't feel samey. I mean, I can't really say the same for this. Like the levels feel kind of samey. This certainly stands out, but the levels themselves, like even the nightclub stage, like it has that sort of little opening adventure intro, which is a thing we've seen in plenty of other Bond games where, oh, for this mission, you don't use your gun. You just walk into a place and you have to talk to people and whatever. I don't really recall if there's stuff like that in GoldenEye, but there was in, at least in The World's Not Enough, and I think in Tomorrow Never Dies. Yeah, because there's like, you go to that bar where you have like the boss fight against Kaufman, which is like the highlight of that game. And I mean, of course, the Game Boy game has a bunch of that stuff too. But that stuff, even in this game, felt kind of half-baked. Like it's over very quickly, and then you're just back into the same shooting guys, except, well, for that level, they're wearing black suits instead of tactical combat gear, and that's like the difference. So this game isn't, like, the variety is not particularly great. And even when this game is, like, doing mission objectives, it's always like, find these objective markers on the map, and either you walk up to them, or you press a button at them, or you scan your phone at them. Like, there's never really I mean, that could be true for many games where they have like objective things you have to do that mechanically, functionally aren't anything, you're not doing anything really different, but they can manage to present it, they can dress it up a bit more effectively as something that feels like you're doing something different. Because from my memory, having to do those things in the other levels, or in most levels in the other version of the game, or on higher difficulty levels, it didn't really make the levels feel more different from one another. Here, like, everything is kind of samey because we're just pushing forward and shooting and that's it. But we're just kind of stripping out a section of kind of clunky tedium from each level. So I'm hard-pressed to say that it's making the game worse. It is stripping out a little bit of narrative texture and a little bit of, I guess variety isn't the word for it, but like, it's stripping out kind of narrative beats and moments in some of the levels. Some of the missions you do are just like, whatever. They're not interesting at all. They're pure busy work. Like in that winter outdoors level in Russia, I want to say that you have to find like these weapon caches, these boxes that you have to find. And it's not like anything interesting comes of finding those boxes. Whereas like in the club level where you find Zukovsky's like hidden safe, and you do some safe cracking and you hack it, and then you find secret information, whatever. Like that adds to the sort of spy flavor, at least, right? But ultimately, being able to skip that and just go to the next shootout and finish the level faster, it's like, well, yeah, it kind of helps move things along. So this is a perfectly okay game, but it's not like anything really interesting. But I'm excited to see what the MI6 ops are going to play out like, because okay, so these are, I skipped through this like very quickly looking at it before I started playing today. And these are levels from the single player game. I thought this would be more like multiplayer based, but these are straight up just levels from the campaign. Well, at least like the name and whatever, like the level layouts or what's happening in the levels might be different, but they're at least based on levels from the game. So we have access to the first 3, and you can get up to 4 stars in every level. So I guess there's 11 ones, because we can get a max of 44 stars. So I want to check out this mode for sure after we finish the campaign, and hopefully we can at least complete. Actually, let me pick this. All right, so we have like all these different modifiers, so that's how this works. I was curious to see if the stars represented specific objectives, but it looks like this is much more, this is like an arcade mode of sorts, like it's a full score attack. So like I can change these things, which changes the difficulty rating. The player's P99 is replaced by an RPG with infinite ammo. Shooting enemies below the neck does no damage. That sounds like it's gonna be kind of tedious. All weapons fire deadly multicolored paintballs instead of bullets. I think that's oh, okay, I was gonna say, was that a PS3 exclusive? No, okay. The MI6 edition includes exclusive access to paintball multiplayer modifier. I guess that's separate, perhaps, from the MI6 ops modifier. Enemies always get launched into the air when killed. Yeah, thankfully this does not affect the score. Okay, interesting. So I assume it's just literal score thresholds. I mean, I guess have difficulty rating, but surely there must be some kind of score calculation of some kind that's going to translate to stars. That's what I expect anyway. Yeah, I think this is going to be way more interesting than the actual campaign. Right, so we did tank. Then we have the station. Yeah, this was the one I remember. We have to like make our way to the train. But there's no, I don't think there's actually, there might be a very brief section at the very end when you're on the train. But there's no like level that's on the train. And then there's this, yeah. I remember this being a pretty long mission. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out in this version. And then for the final stretch, there's, I think there's 4 levels in GoldenEye on an N64. There's like jungle, caverns. Is it the level everyone hates? Where you have to protect Natalia. I think that Control, yeah. And then Cradle. So I think in this version, there's the jungle level, but I don't think, essentially Caverns is not there. But there is, I mean, we saw in, so Solar, this is the final level. And this jungle, but I can't recall. There might be one other level in between that's like kind of like caverns, sort of. I'm trying to recall, but it could literally just be those two levels. I remember the last level being really long, but it all kind of blends together a little bit, because this, like, it might be because caverns has like all the facility shit at the end. Like the jungle level, I'm talking about the N64 game. The jungle level kind of leads into the caves, and then the caverns level, it's called caverns, but it's mostly like underground lab facility shit, right? It's like you're in this sort of bunker, but they didn't call it bunker because bunker is another level. And here in like Cradle, the final level in the N64 game is very short, but here it's sort of the equivalent of that is like a series of QTE boss fights at the end, and that's at the end of this level. But there's actually a fairly chunky boss fight before that in this game. It's like a long level, and then there's a boss fight, and then there's a second sort of QTE final boss fight. But what I would like recall vaguely as like the lab stuff from Caverns and N64, I think that's like the good chunk of the first half of this level. So it's entirely possible that it is just those two levels. Either way, in 3.5 hours of playing, 5.5 hours of streaming, because obviously I did a bunch of chatting up front, we've made it through a very large chunk of the game. So we have, let's see, we did 3 levels here, 1 level here, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7 levels, 8, 9. So yeah, I think this checks out. This one has 4 levels, but I don't think Nigeria has as many. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that it has 3 levels. That's still 5 levels. Heck, even if it has 4 levels, that would be 6 levels left. And I don't think any level has taken us as much as half an hour. I think the longest was maybe 25 minutes, but they've mostly been in the kind of 15 to 20 minutes or so. I think the ones where we took a bad death and lost some time, they took a little longer. So yeah, we've been making much swifter progress than we did in the Wii game. So I would say, I wouldn't take it for granted, but it's a possibility that if we do another regular kind of weeknight stream and we get, let's say, 2 hours of playtime in, that could be enough to finish the campaign. Now, it doesn't really matter if we, like, normally I'm always a bit apprehensive about ending a stream when there's like just a tiny chunk of game left. But even if we don't finish the campaign next time, it's totally fine, because we're not going to be done with the game regardless. We're going to be playing MI6 Ops. And hopefully, like, if it turns out that it's not interesting at all, maybe we might not commit to playing through all of it. But depending on, well, or for that matter, if it's like super difficult. There is a cheat code that will unlock all of the missions and also give you full star ratings and everything, which is a bit fucked up. But either way, if push comes to shove and we decide that it's not going to be worth it to try to complete MI6 Ops, we will at least have the means to try every mission without having to unlock them, to just at least see what they are. But for now, it looks like we're probably going to finish the story campaign on the next stream, which is good. I was worried that perhaps this would be a real slog of a mission when I kind of realized that, man, I didn't love this game particularly, and now we have to play it a whole second time. I feel good about my choice of going with the easier difficulty level, because breezing through this, like, I'm glad we've done both. The Wii version, we got the full experience of all the mission objectives and everything, and the proper challenge. Here we kind of just get the casual sightseeing experience. which is going to be good warm-up for just refamiliarizing ourselves with all the levels before the MI6 ops mode. I would have felt kind of weird only playing that, so I think this way of doing things worked out just fine. If you are interested in hanging out to watch some Cobra together, as mentioned, we will be doing that on Discord tonight in a couple of hours. So if you would be interested in joining for that or just hanging out and chatting, you can find my Discord server right there, following that link. I will be back to stream some day in the coming week. I'm not exactly sure what my work schedule will be next week. And maybe if my schedule works out the way I think I might want it to, I would say we're most likely perhaps doing a stream on Tuesday, possibly Monday. But it could kind of, yeah, nothing set in stone currently. Once I know a bit better, I will make an announcement on Discord. But we're still kind of operating on the stream schedule that we have been for the past few months, where I do typically one weekend stream on Friday or Saturday, and I do like one weekday stream sometime between Monday and Thursday. Usually that's how that's been working out. So expect the same for now, and if I know when the next stream will be, I'll make an announcement on Discord. So keep your eyes peeled for that if you are eager to catch the next stream live. But until then, thanks for hanging out. I shall be taking a look now to see who else is streaming that we might raid. Let's see. It looks as though Murph is streaming beat-em-ups of some variety. It's been a minute since we raided Murph, so let's do that. Why don't we? Murph apparently exploring the depths of Steam. Lord knows that there are beat-em-ups of all kinds of varieties in the dark, dank depths of Steam. So let's wish him the best of luck and say hello to Murphigator. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. I'll see you guys next, whenever that turns out to be. Till then, take care, have a nice rest of your weekend, and goodbye.